Ассаламу алейкум, хурматли конференции ishtirokchilari. Добрый день, уважаемые гости. Мы очень рады всех вас сегодня видеть у нас в министерстве, в агентстве инновационного развития. И мы очень рады, что мы проводим такое мероприятие в рамках недели инноваций, Инновик 2023 года. Если разрешите, я свою речь продолжу на узбекском. Я думаю, все вы можете пользоваться микрофонами. У нас услуга переводчиков предоставлена. Ассаламу алейкум, hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Yevropa iqtisodiy komissiyasining bevosita ishtirokida tayyorlangan xalqaro forumga xush kelibsizlar. O'zbekiston Respublikasi elektr energetika tarmog'ini rivojlantirish konsepsiyasiga muvofiq 2030-yilga qadar 7000 megawatt quyosh va 5000 megawatt shamol elektrostansiyalarining qurilishi ko'zda tutilgan va ushbu ko'rsatkich umumiy elektr stansiyalar o'rnatilgan quvvatining 25% tashkil etadi. O'zgaruvchan qayta tiklanadigan manbalardan energiya ishlab chiqarishning butunlay tez o'sishi natijasida energetika tizimida tezkor zaxira quvvatlarini yaratishni talab etadi. Xususan, bunday zaxira manbasi sifatida vodorod texnologiyalaridan foydalanish mumkin bo'ladi. Mamlakat rahbariyatining tegishli qarorlariga ko'ra, shamol vodorod texnologiyalari sohasida ilmiy tadqiqotlarni rivojlantirish Innovatsion rivojlanish agentligining faoliyatining ustuvor yo'nalishlaridan biri etib belgilandi. Hamda agentlik ushbu yo'nalishda ilmiy tadqiqotlarning muvofiqlashtiruvchisi hisoblanadi. Dastlabki bosqichda agentlik tomonidan quyosh energiyasi hisobiga elektroliz orqali vodorod olish hamda qattiq oksidli vodorod yoqilg'i elementlarini yaratish bo'yicha tadqiqot ishlarini tashkil etildi. Katta quyosh pechida vodorod olishning termokimyoviy jarayoni tahlil qilinmoqda. Hozirda vodorodni saqlash va tashish uchun absorbentlar va metall gidridlarni ishlab chiqarish texnologiyalarini rivojlantirish, vodorod yoqilg'i elementlarini takomillashtirish yo'nalishida tadqiqotlarni tashkil etish hamda ilmiy muassasalarni vodorod texnologiyalari bo'yicha laboratoriya uskunalari bilan jihozlash ishlari amalga oshirilmoqda va bu maqsadlarda agentlik tomonidan 15,7 milliard so'm miqdorida mablag' ajratilgan. Shuningdek, Toshkent davlat texnika universitetida vodorod energetikasi yo'nalishida o'quv dasturini ishlab chiqilgan bo'lib, kadrlar tayyorlash yo'lga qo'yilgan. Sohaning yetakchi mahalliy va xorijiy olimlarining o'quv jarayoniga jalb etilgan. Bugungi anjuman doirasida vodorod energetikasi va qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalarini rivojlantirish yo'nalishida erishilgan yutuqlar va istiqboldagi rejalar bo'yicha ma'ruzalar eshitiladi. Shuningdek, konferensiya yakunida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentining 2021-yil 9-apreldagi O'zbekiston Respublikasida qayta tiklanuvchi vodorod energetikasini rivojlantirish chora-tadbirlari to'g'risidagi 5063-sonli qaroriga muvofiq mamlakatda vodorod energetikasining hozirgi rivojlanish holati va olib borilayotgan tadqiqotlar natijalari bo'yicha yillik hisobot taqdim etiladi. Forumni tashkil etishda faol ishtirok etgan Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Yevropa iqtisodiy komissiyasining vakillariga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirib o'tmoqchiman. Imkoniyatdan foydalanib, tashkiliy ishlarda barcha har doim bizni yo'nalishlarimizda qo'llab-quvvatlab keladigan hamkorimiz hisoblangan O'zbek Neftigaz aksiyadorlik jamiyatiga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchiman. Agentligimiz va O'zbek Neftigaz aksiyadorlik jamiyati tomonidan hamkorlikda keng ko'lamli ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Xususan, yashil texnologiyalar sohasida neft va gaz korxonalarida hosil bo'layotgan ikkilamchi issiqlik muqobil energiya sifatida foydalanish loyihalari ustida amaliy ishlar yo'lga qo'yilgan. Ushbu hamkorlikni bevosita fan va ishlab chiqarish hamkorligining namunasi sifatida ko'rsatish mumkin bo'ladi. Barchangizga yana bir bor ishtirokingiz uchun minnatdorchilik bildirib qolaman. Hammaga yorug'lik va issiqlik bilan ta'minlash kabi oliyjanob ishda mustahkam sog'liq va ulkan energiya tilab qolaman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Господин Тучиев, вы открыли наш с вами общий форум по водороду. Меня зовут Олег Зубинский, региональный советник по энергетике Европейской экономической комиссии ООН. И я, так сказать, свою часть, связанную с открытием, дальше буду на английском, если вы не против. Немножко проблема, нет сейчас английского перевода. На русский перевод есть, на английский у меня не было. Ну, начался, а потом перестал. На втором канале.
Тогда, коллеги, если разрешите, я не буду занимать у вас долго времени. Я займусь работами, которые вы сейчас указали, организационными моментами, и всегда буду рядом. Если какие-то еще будут предложения, обязательно будем это учитывать. Большое вам спасибо.
Спасибо. I'm very happy to be in Tashkent again. I was here earlier in February this year. And this is my second time at the Innovation Week. First time was 2 years ago, and that's when the discussions about hydrogen just started. And they progressed a lot in the last 2 years. Hydrogen has attracted enormous attention everywhere. Many countries, member states of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, are increasingly recognizing the potential for hydrogen to contribute to meeting the objectives of the Paris Climate Agreement, and they're also helping us reach net zero. Some of the member states of UNECE, countries of European Union, such as Germany, Netherlands, Spain, also the EU as a whole, United States, the Russian Federation, have developed national hydrogen strategies. Other countries, including here in Central Asia, are also showing a strong interest in hydrogen as a key part of their national decarbonization strategies. Some early analysis done by the European Union estimate that clean hydrogen could meet up to a quarter of world energy demand by 2050, with annual sales exceeding 600 billion euros. However, we may not be on track to achieve this. According to the Global Hydrogen Review that IEA's International Energy Agency issued in 2023, there is a huge gap between hopes and reality. Only 4% of the announced low-carbon hydrogen production projects have reached either the final investment decision or are actually in the construction phase. In our view, the best place to start developing hydrogen economy is the industrial clusters of heavy industries that currently represent a major point source of greenhouse gas emissions, primarily carbon dioxide and methane. Particularly interesting are the clusters where the efficiency of material use and the overall industrial energy efficiency are below global average. And that is often the case in Central Asia. Talking about sustainable hydrogen production pathways, we at UNECE are currently implementing a project that is aimed at developing sustainable hydrogen production strategies, at the same time raising awareness and overcoming economic, technical, policy, and financial barriers. The project, the first part of the project, has already analyzed national potentials to contribute to development of a hydrogen ecosystem and global energy transitions, priority areas for the development of national hydrogen potential, hydrogen production potential across countries of the Commonwealth of Independent States, and opportunities for hydrogen exports and possible applications in the domestic markets. The project also conducted sub-regional assessment of cost and technical performance of hydrogen production from fossil fuels, low carbon energy, and renewable energy across beneficiary countries. And you will hear more on this analysis today from the presentation that my colleague Nadezhda Khamrakulova will be making actually right after I finish. UNECE explores directions for pilot project implementation on the supply of sustainable hydrogen for exports. We deep dive into possibilities for development of hydrogen ecosystem in Central Asia, and my other colleague, Branko Milicevic, will talk more about this in his presentation. This event is a possibility for us to open policy dialogue and possibly, hopefully, jointly identify opportunities for development of a hydrogen ecosystem and discuss ways to overcome the existing barriers to it, and there are many. To further investigate all this, earlier this year, we set up at UNECE a hydrogen task force that focuses on several things: hydrogen classification, value chain development, and synergies with other areas of energy and primarily with renewable energy. Again, you'll hear more from Branko, who is leading our group of experts on gas and the hydrogen task force that has been set up under this group of experts. Also, how Uzbekistan could benefit from its work. So I wish all of us a productive event and good results from today's discussion. Thank you. Now, without further ado, I give the floor to my colleague Nadezhda Khamrakulova. We start session 1, and I'm honored to moderate this session: Sustainable Hydrogen Production Pathways in Central Asia. Nadezhda will talk about this study on sustainable hydrogen production pathways in Central Asia. Надежда, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Доброе утро, коллеги. Для меня большая честь присутствовать сегодня. Я надеюсь, что наше мероприятие будет очень интересным, полезным и принесет плоды для того, чтобы в дальнейшем вопросы водорода, производства водорода в Центральной Азии, в частности в Узбекистане сегодня, что это сдвинулось больше, так, в позитивную сторону. Я буду делать свою презентацию, наверное, на английском языке. Если какие-то моменты после, мы можем также любые вопросы и аспекты обсудить уже и на русском языке, но позвольте, потому что я слайды приготовила на английском языке. So I'm switching to English, and my presentation, it's called Sustainable Hydrogen Production in Central Asia. As Oleg just mentioned, that our session number 1, we start with discussion in the regional context. So we're starting from the regional context, and then we'll move to discuss how in the national context we can, in Uzbekistan, we can develop and sustainable hydrogen production, and how these pathways at the national level can also influence the regional situation or the regional context. Let me just very briefly say where we come from. The United Nations Economic Commission for Europe is one of the regional commissions of the United Nations, a part of UN Secretariat, and we work to have the policy dialogue. So this is actually why we are here today, to have the dialogues and discussions. UNECE is working also to introduce the international legal instruments and to develop different regulations and standards. We work in different areas to apply the best practices and knowledge, and to bring the technical cooperation for countries with economies in transition. In particular, in the Sustainable Energy Division, where my colleagues and I are coming from, we work and focus our work on the building resilient energy systems, where a lot of considerations or actions are given to achieve energy security. And in fact, this is a trilemma. It's not only to look from the energy security perspective, but also to look at resilience from a perspective of affordability and environment sustainability. So this is why we would think that the energy can contribute to social, economic, and environmental development of the country. In our work, we're focusing on few directions. I will not go in very details of this, but hydrogen production and decarbonization is in focus for our work in the Central Asian region, in particularly in focus for us. And we are looking into more development of the hydrogen ecosystems in the region. So coming to the hydrogen now topic, we had a different, let's say we had work focused on assessment of the readiness for the hydrogen production and to integrate the hydrogen into energy system in the UNECE region. So again, as we have 56 member states, the different sub-regions, and the situation is different there. So this kind of map is just indicating very briefly that countries are at different level of readiness towards it, and depends on where we are looking at. Some level starting from minimal, which is 1, to higher level, the highest point is 4, and that means that the hydrogen production is already in place there. So talking about the Central Asian region, we are, let's say, in the beginning, because some countries are at level 2, and this is Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and the other countries of the region are at initial level 1 for a time being. That is why we are starting and in some countries starting, in some countries continuing discussions on how we can integrate hydrogen into energy systems. In continuation of our work, I'm just mentioning that we're not looking only at production of the hydrogen, but we're also looking into its transportation, its storage, and its final use. So in this hydrogen value chain, that would be also leading the country towards achieving its carbon neutrality. As it was indicated earlier by Oleg, we are working, we have a project on sustainable hydrogen production pathways. This project looked at 9 countries, and some all Central Asian countries, Caucasus countries, and some countries in Eastern Europe, and contributed already to analysis of the national potential. So it looked into each country separately, but also provided a possibility for, let's call it, regional snapshot of the situation, where the countries are standing and what could be the opportunities for the hydrogen production, but it's also looking into the opportunities for hydrogen export. So this is my further presentation will focus basically on the result of this assessment. And we are in the phase that when assessment was done for countries, but then we're looking into how the findings of the study can be applicable for every country, what could be done next, whether there are directions for implementation of pilot projects. And about this further on, my colleague Branko will be also speaking in more details. So we're going from the regional, let's say, assessment to country focus. And this is what I will say a bit more now. Actually, the results and the findings of this assessment showed that countries could be, if we can kind of group in a sense, those countries which have initial situation with the hydrogen, the development of the hydrogen economy. And here, the very initial stage where also other countries from Eastern Europe, but then here the first one is Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan from the project countries mentioned, who can have potential for development of the hydrogen economy if they provide additional incentives in their countries. Then we also move to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, where the problems with shortage of energy is existing. But again, that the use of potential of the hydropower, and I will speak about this in more details, can also give possibilities to develop the hydrogen economy. And then the third group of countries, which is Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which are showing exactly the moment for launching the low carbon energy transition. And we know that a lot is being done in this area. And so this is also giving them more potential for developing the hydrogen economy. And I will now move to a bit more detailed, let's say, it's still snapshot because I cannot have given the time constraint to go very deeply into each country assessment that we have. But in Kazakhstan, if we're looking into the potential for hydrogen production, and we're talking about the period from 2020 to 2040, the hydrogen we looked into 2 different scenarios. This minimum scenario, which would how it will look if some efforts like currently existing ones would be continuing in the next 20 years, and then what will be done in the maximum scenario if all the incentives and the strategies are going to be in place, and that how that can boost the production of hydrogen. So again, in the minimum scenario would mean that up until by 2040, the increase of 30% in solar, wind, the electricity production can be in Kazakhstan, and also with increase in gas production. If the plans for the production of nuclear energy and the generation by nuclear plants will be done, it will give up to maximum 5% in the minimum scenario. While if we're looking into maximum scenario, how the situation can improve, it will lead to more than 50% of increase in wind and solar electricity production. Still, we're talking about the 30% of the increase in gas production. And in this case, still a very minimum share, but roughly 8% of the production of electricity by nuclear plants. So again, here it comes to the point that the major share will be the hydrogen production by water electrolysis, also shared together with the steam methane reforming in case the CCUS, which is carbon capture, use and storage technology industry, will be developed. The same minimum and maximum scenario was applied for all countries. So then if we're going to look into situation in Kyrgyzstan, here the situation is different. We're talking about the increase of electricity from hydropower and solar production. In case we're talking about the small hydropower, that will be the increase, again, the assumed increase of 30% in the minimum scenario, and in the maximum scenario increase by 50% with a small hydropower, and the possibilities, the huge possibilities that are given by increase using the large hydropower electricity. However, the constraint is here that there is some uncertainty on the use of this large hydropower electricity in the country. But still the potential for hydrogen production is existing. And again, that will depend very much on the development of the hydropower sector in the country. I would say similar way it goes also as a scenario for Tajikistan. This change is also the seasonal electricity shortage, but it was the same also for Kyrgyzstan. In a way, it's also the problems with infrastructure wear out. But here, the possibility for using the hydropower in summer months is higher, and we will have a speaker today, participant from Tajikistan. He will join us after the lunch break to speak in more details about the situation also in Tajikistan, and we will have possibility to speak earlier today before lunch about the situation in Kazakhstan and obviously in Uzbekistan also. So here, coming back to situation in Kazakhstan, the minimum scenario would mean the 10% of increase in using production hydrogen from using the renewable electricity, while in the maximum scenario, we're talking about 30% of increase from the minimum scenario here also. And again, it also depends, there are a lot of uncertainties on how the situation will develop. In Turkmenistan, the situation is different. We know that here, this is the use of solar and wind electricity production is less. So again, in the minimum scenario, it's less than 10%. If we're looking into maximum scenario, we're saying that the increase of the current use will be also up to 50%, but it's also a lot on the gas production. So in the minimum scenario, we're talking about the gas production increase from current one by 10%, while in the maximum scenario and possibility for hydrogen production from gas would be 30% increase. So again, it's totally different situation from the neighboring countries. From Uzbekistan, the resource potential for hydrogen production would go into and it will also actually depend on the electricity production. So the assumption that here the renewable energy will be developing, the wind and solar, And then also the possibility for the hydrogen production from the steam methane reforming depends also on the development of the CCUS industry. But in terms of the scenario here, we're looking at the use of the solar and wind electricity production would go in with the minimum share, let's say, but still increasing in the minimum scenario and showing the possibilities for the production of gas. While when we're looking into maximum scenario, the situation shifts where the renewable energy would take its lead into production of hydrogen, and with a 50% of minimum increase, and where the increase in the natural gas used for hydrogen production, again, according to those estimates, would be only 8% increase from the current one. So there is a big potential for the development of the hydrogen production, low carbon hydrogen production from the renewable energy. And also here, the little shares comes in the orange comes to the production of from the nuclear energy, which would also depend if the nuclear plants will be operational. But again, this will not change. Depending from the minimum scenario, it's 5% increase, and the maximum scenario shows up to 8%. So this will not radically shift depending on the situation, the development of the situation. This is an overall situation showing basically how the countries in the region are standing. And in this, I don't know, it's not graph. In this picture, you can see that is also looking into other countries, Belarus, Armenia, Moldova, which we looked in the framework of this project. But now, as I'm focusing on Central Asian region, we can see that the countries, those who have hidden potential, and they can develop it. There are also countries which we call visionaries, so those who can move forward, and we have countries who can be the energy transition leaders, and this is Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan in this case, who could, let's say, be leaders in the region in the hydrogen production. And this is my last slide, and I think this will be just a sort of a message which we will discuss today in more details, what should be done and how the hydrogen economy development actually can be encouraged, what can be done. So within this our assessment, we looked into possibilities to focus on strategies for development of low carbon development, then also building the regulatory framework, which will provide actually the basis for implementation, not only at the, let's say, at the legislative level, but also to go into details how, who, and when will be implementing. And this is, I think, in all countries, very important to know how this framework will be functioning. What would be the possibilities for expanding the market within a region, but also beyond the region, if there is possibility for this, how the technological development can influence situation. Again, we will discuss a lot in terms of whether the cooperation is needed and how that this national production can also lead to the regional situation, whether the projects and their joint implementation could also lead to improving the situation, and what would be in case for some countries or for the region in whole, the export strategy in this case. So that is my, let's say, final message in this sense, like, and at what aspects we should look if we want the whole region to develop the hydrogen economy, and what would be the messages for every country in the region to move in this direction. And I think it's not moving anymore, but it was my last slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nadezhda. So it's not just presentation of what UNECE has been doing, not only presentation on what we see is happening in Central Asia and in Uzbekistan at the moment, but it's also sets a stage for our discussion. Last slide, you need to tell us and tell yourself what are the priorities, which way you would like to see Uzbekistan going in this area, and think about what challenges there are, and there are many, and what opportunities there are, and how opportunities can become a reality. I will now give the floor to Dr. And I apologize if I mispronounce the name, Odilkhuja Parpiyev, who is a professor and director of the Institute of Material Science of the Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Dr. Parpiyev, please.
Спасибо большое. Доброе утро, уважаемые друзья, гости, коллеги. Рад вас всех здесь видеть. Как вы слышали, я представляю академическую среду и хотел бы сегодня поделиться своими мыслями, своим видением в сфере политики и законодательства в развитии водородной энергетики в Узбекистане. Значит, всем известно, что есть ряд факторов, которые заставляют правительство, государство переходить на зеленую экономику, зеленую энергетику, в том числе принимать водородные стратегии. Это и изменение климата, связано с увеличением количества вредных выбросов, это и истощение энергоресурсов и так далее. Но, на мой взгляд, существует еще два фактора, которые тоже заставляют правительство думать о развитии водородной энергетики. Первое – это технологическое развитие. Как вы знаете, сейчас развитые страны, вообще мы стараемся перейти на 6-й технологический уклад развития, который связан с развитием нанотехнологий. Если так посмотреть, скажем, первый технологический уклад – это 1770 год по 1880 год. Это текстильные машины появились, основным источником энергии для древесина и уголь. Потребовалось более 100 лет, пока человечество перешло на 2-й технологический уклад. А если обратить это же дальше, например, 5-й, 1970 год по 2010 год, это небольшая ошибка прошла, но уже 4-й, 1930 и 2010 год, двигатели внутреннего сгорания. То есть теперь требуется уже 50 лет. Время развития технологий сокращается. С 2010 года мы уже работаем в сфере, активно принимаются нанотехнологии, и основными источниками энергии являются нефть, газ. Помимо этого, ядерная энергетика, возобновляемые источники энергии и, конечно же, водородная энергетика. С начала 2000 года стал необратимым энергетический переход, который идет в 3 основных направлениях. Это солнечная энергетика, ветровая энергетика, водородная энергетика. Вот следующая схема, график, четко показывает, что с 2100 года на планете в основном будет применяться водород, водородная энергетика. Все, что связано с углеродными запасами, отойдут, либо они истощатся, либо будем тоже использовать уголь, газ для получения водорода. Значит, необходимо, конечно, всем стараться уже сейчас думать, каким образом получать водород и как его использовать. Есть еще второй фактор. Здесь, на мой взгляд, 9 основных технологий 21 века, требующих резкого роста потребления полезных ископаемых. Это аккумуляторы, это робототехника, дроны, фотоэлектрические станции, ветровая энергетика, водородная энергетика, электрические тяговые двигатели, 3D-печать и цифровые технологии. Вот рядом картинка. Если в 18 веку для индустриализации для человека нужно было всего 3 элемента, сейчас уже, не знаю, вся таблица Менделеева нужно, чтобы обеспечить технологический рост человечества. То есть, с одной стороны, потребность в энергии, с другой стороны, потребность в полезных ископаемых заставляет правительство принимать разного рода стратегии, политику и так далее. Здесь небольшой обзор, какие страны уже приняли стратегию развития водородной энергетики. Когда я проводил анализ, знакомился с различными стратегиями, для меня было сюрпризом, например, увидел вот последние страны, это Марокко, Тунис и так далее, которые как бы не считаются технологическими лидерами, да? Но они, оказывается, обладают натуральными запасами водорода, о которых тоже почему не знал. Но использование этих запасов, опять же, требует технологий для извлечения, для переработки, для использования энергетики или в какой-то другой части. Здесь как бы два блока. Первые страны, которые будут импортировать водород, либо использовать свой водород только для себя. И потенциальные, то, что с правой стороны, экспортеры водорода. Так, что касается Узбекистана. Для нас был очень важный год, 2019 год, когда в Узбекистане был принят закон об использовании возобновляемых источников энергии. То есть была создана законодательная база для развития возобновляемых источников энергии. Правительство, руководители нашей страны активно работали уже, как вы видите, до сегодняшнего дня, принимая ряд постановлений, указов и президента, и правительства. В 2019 году уже было принято постановление президента о внедрении энергосберегающих технологий. То есть президент поручил всем крупным предприятиям перейти на энергосберегающие технологии. В 2020 году была утверждена стратегия перехода на зеленую экономику. Здесь же была определена основная цель Узбекистана при переходе на зеленую экономику. И эта цель до 2030 года 25% потребления энергии перевести на возобновляемые источники энергии. Вот это та цель, которую мы сейчас все стараемся реализовать. Дальше было принято постановление Кабинета министров меры по повышению энергоэффективности. То есть это в дополнение постановления президента о энергосберегающих технологиях. Было принято постановление Кабинета министров об учете энергии, выработанной возобновляемыми источниками энергии. То есть на рынке появилась дополнительная энергия из возобновляемых источников энергии. Теперь необходимо рассчитывать и выходить на рынок, продавать, потреблять и так далее. Очень важное для нас постановление было принято президентом нашей страны в 2021 году. Это были приняты меры по развитию возобновляемой и водородной энергетики. Ну, об этом постановлении я остановлюсь еще. Ну, в 2022 году было постановление, указ президента о дополнительных мерах по внедрению энергосберегающих технологий и развитию возобновляемых источников энергии малой мощности. То есть здесь указывается о развитии уже малой энергетики, то есть малым предприятиям, частным лицам дается право использовать, не только использовать, разрабатывать уже свои такие возобновляемые источники энергии, применять их и выработанную электрическую энергию уже доводить до потребителя. И вот буквально недавно было постановление президента о мерах по ускорению внедрения возобновляемых источников энергии и энергосберегающих технологий в 2023 году. Значит, этим постановлением дается ряд льгот предприятиям, частным лицам, которые используют возобновляемые источники энергии. Различного рода льготы. Это одним из них, это если вы строите участок с возобновляемым источником энергии, вы освобождаетесь от налога на землю, на использование природными ресурсами. Имеете льготы продавать свою электрическую энергию. Устанавливается цена этой выработанной энергии, которая выше, чем производится другими крупными электростанциями. Значит, вот этими всеми документами, значит, во-первых, определен курс на развитие зеленого водорода в Узбекистане. Почему зеленый водород? Ну, углеродные запасы, к сожалению, истощаются, они имеют свою границу, поэтому посчитали нецелесообразно тратить время на разработку технологий конверсии водорода из газа. Ядерная энергетика у нас только делаются первые шаги. По сути, у нас нет ядерной энергетики, поэтому здесь тоже мы водород не собираемся получать. Но имеется огромный ресурс в виде солнечной энергии. Путем концентрации солнечной энергии мы можем получать высокие температуры до 3000 градусов. А эта энергия достаточно для разделения воды на кислород и водород. Поэтому все-таки наш основной курс, по крайней мере сейчас, в научных исследованиях, это получение зеленого водорода путем разделения воды. Да, при Министерстве энергетики создан Национальный институт возобновляемых источников энергии, в состав которого также входит научно-исследовательский центр водородной энергетики. Но этот центр только-только становится, подготавливаются кадры. Ну, в будущем я считаю, что этот центр будет очень важным научной организацией, которая будет помогать нам разрабатывать технологии. Организованы целевые исследования на базе большой солнечной печи Узбекистана, которые используются как научный хаб по разработке технологий получения, хранения и использования зеленого водорода. Мы стараемся приглашать в наш институт, на нашу большую солнечную печь, все научные организации, университеты для решения вот этих именно задач. Так, организованы регулярные научные стажировки молодых ученых, ведущих на зарубежных научных центрах и университетах. В университетах введен предмет водородная энергетика. При Институте материаловедения Академии наук открыта докторантура возобновляемых источников энергии и водородной энергии. Но, к сожалению, пока реализация вот этой стратегии, пока для реализации вот этой стратегии, вот этой политики занимается только, к сожалению, одно министерство, это Министерство образования, науки и инноваций и Агентство по инновационному развитию. Я думаю, что необходимо всем остальным министерствам Узбекистана тоже подключиться вот в эту реализацию этой стратегии, объединить цели для получения уже более конкретных результатов. Так. Как я уже сказал, министерство поддерживает наши научные исследования. И что уже у нас имеется за этот короткий срок, с 2021 по 2023 год. Нам удалось создать 3 образца термохимических реакторов для разделения воды с использованием концентрированного солнечного излучения. Эти образцы сейчас находятся здесь, на выставке, на 1-м этаже. Я очень надеюсь, что вы найдете время ознакомиться со стендами нашего института. И нам тоже важно очень ваше мнение. Создана малая солнечная печь с 2-метровым концентратором, позволяющая концентрировать солнечную энергию до 2500 градусов. Температура достаточная для разделения воды. Созданы нанопористые материалы, абсорбирующие водород для безопасного хранения водорода. Как вы знаете, проблема хранения водорода тоже очень является важным. Может быть, даже более важным, чем получение самого водорода, так как хранение, особенно безопасное хранение, это большая проблема. Нам удалось создать такой материал из местного сырья, очень дешевый, который абсорбирует водород до 13%. А такого рода материалы в мире самый лучший показатель 7-10%. То есть наша цель, наша задача доступными материалами обеспечить хранение водорода. Разработан образец топливного элемента, катод-анодные материалы, которые изготовлены из дешевого материала лантанового семейства. Ведутся исследования по созданию эффективных нанокатализаторов и фотокатализаторов для разделения воды и для использования воды. Как вы видите, мы стараемся, во-первых, использовать дешевую энергию, то, что у нас имеется, солнце, для снижения себестоимости водорода. Разработать такие материалы, абсорбирующие и для использования самого водорода, тоже дешевые, для, опять же, чтобы обеспечить доступные технологии, доступный материал для использования самого водорода. Таким образом, мы надеемся, что Узбекистан выйдет в лидеры, пока в Центральной Азии, потом уже в дальнейшем наши амбиции, может быть, совместно с нашими уже коллегами зарубежными, более такой на высокий уровень. Значит, помимо научных исследований, инновационных разработок, ведутся, конечно, инвестиционные проекты. Компания Aquapower собирается инвестировать в создание комплекса по производству зеленого водорода, проектная мощность которого 3000 тонн водорода в год. Но они будут использовать технологии электролиза воды. Реализуется пилотный проект по разрабатывается пилотный проект по зеленому водороду в Кашкадаре для продвижения сектора водородной энергетики в Узбекистане. Я думаю, что в программах я видел, я думаю, что сегодня мы будем обсуждать этот проект. Японский фонд JICA в рамках программы САТРЕС финансирует проект по разработке инновационных технологий по производству зеленого и голубого водорода. Всемирный банк выделил средства на разработку дорожной карты на развитие низкоуглеродных водородных технологий. То есть, с одной стороны, проводятся исследования, разработки, с другой стороны, конечно, мы изучаем активно зарубежный опыт с помощью наших коллег, партнеров, пытаемся не просто там разрабатывать, а и уже использовать также и готовые разработанные технологии. Так, что мы ожидаем от всего этого? Мы стараемся снизить себестоимость получаемого водорода за счет использования концентрированного солнечного излучения. Разработать конкурентоспособные абсорбирующие материалы из местного сырья. Создать новые виды топливных элементов из доступных материалов. И в наших планах в ближайшее время создать пилотный участок, возможно, у нас в институте, по генерации электрической энергии, это 10 мегаватт в год, с использованием зеленого водорода. В рамках отведенного времени я постарался довести то, что мы сейчас, чем мы занимаемся, каковы наши цели. С удовольствием отвечу на ваши вопросы, либо здесь, либо на первом этаже, около стендов нашего института. Спасибо за внимание.
Большое спасибо, профессор Барпиев. Очень интересная презентация. Мы видим, что многое сделано. Вот как раз в академической области. Очень важный вопрос о том, как переводить это на коммерческие рельсы. Без исследований не может быть дальнейшего развития, но без перевода в, так сказать, коммерческую плоскость не будет использования. Нам нужно объединить эти два процесса. Вот очень важный момент был подчеркнут, что водород, использование водорода и получение водорода, использование, хранение – это вопрос в том числе безопасности. И безопасности физической, безопасности людей. Давайте об этом не забывать. То есть, да, очень, так сказать, хороший, интересный, положительный с точки СО2 и многих других пунктов источник энергии или вектор энергии, но проблемы есть, и не только проблемы, связанные со стоимостью, но и проблемы, связанные с чисто технологические проблемы и проблемы безопасности. Спасибо, мы переходим к следующему выступающему. And I give the floor now to Ms. Alisa Kim, who is the or a lead engineer at the Department of Alternative Energy at KMG Engineering. And she will speak about perspectives and policies for low carbon hydrogen production in Kazakhstan. Alisa, the floor is yours.
Спасибо. Саламатсыздарма. Очень рада сегодня присутствовать здесь и благодарю организаторов за приглашение. Это мой первый визит в Ташкент, Узбекистан, и спасибо, что пригласили нас сегодня. Позвольте мне продолжить мою презентацию на английском языке. So Kazakhstan plans to become carbon neutral by 2060, and our key initiatives are consolidated in carbon neutrality strategy that was officially accepted on February this year. It outlines the decarbonization for power, transport, residential, and industry sectors. The strategy itself is a big step towards sustainable future of Kazakhstan. And the next step has to be more clear steps of how we have to develop our low carbon technologies such as hydrogen, CCUS, biofuels, and renewables. And besides covering different social and economic aspects, the strategy highlights the importance of development R&D and technologies. Therefore, biofuel, CCUS, hydrogen utilization, and increased use of renewable energy is counted as a vital parts of our decarbonization strategy. And Kazakhstan has a lot of resources of low-cost fossil fuels. That's why it won't be very quickly and rapid shift towards low carbon economy. However, there are three major drivers for us to shift to hydrogen energy, which are decarbonization, export potential, and energy security. So, as I mentioned, Kazakhstan understands the importance of decarbonization, and one of the promising options for us is developing hydrogen energy. And to do so, as part of the fulfillment of the instructions of the President of Kazakhstan, the Ministry of Energy, together with the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources, and our national company for oil and gas, Kazmunagas, were instructed to develop proposals on how we have to develop hydrogen energy in Kazakhstan. And last year, on the basis of Kazmunagas Engineering, that's a research institute of national company Kazmunagas, the very first hydrogen energy competence center in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia was created. And sooner we were renamed to Department of Alternative Energy. So the department does comprehensive analysis on hydrogen technologies. We collaborate on hydrogen energy research projects with institutions and different companies. We do consulting and expertise support for our parent company, Kazmunagas, on hydrogen and pilot projects. And also we do have our own laboratory in our Atral branch of Kazmunagas Engineering that's called Hydrogen Technology Research Laboratory, where we conduct development works and research on hydrogen storage materials. So here are our three papers published from our establishment. The first one was published on the basis of Asian Development Bank. That we are very proud of this paper because that was the very first paper on hydrogen energy in Kazakhstan. The second one was published on the basis of Society of Petroleum Engineering, and that shows our vision on how blue hydrogen has to develop in Kazakhstan. And a very recent paper was published in International Journal of Hydrogen Energy. And actually, we as a research institute of the national company for oil and gas want to act as a bridge for industry and academia. So this paper actually describes our vision on how industry and academia can work together and collaborate. And you can find these papers following these QR codes. So Kazmunagas published its development strategy until 2031, where it shows different pathways and different aspects where we still have to develop, like we need to increase productivity, we have to develop our petrochemistry, and another one is energy transition. And in terms of energy transition, our parent company has announced its low carbon development program, where hydrogen takes a vital part for our decarbonization. That's why Kazmunagas collaborates with Eni, Chevron, Shell on hydrogen and CCUS questions to put mutual works to develop this sector. And here you can see how we, on our vision, how hydrogen energy can develop in Kazmunegas. So we are here, we were launched last year, and currently we do works on implementation of legislation and standards for hydrogen projects. We work with Ministry of Energy, we give instructions, and like we help to build framework on how we need to develop hydrogen infrastructure in Kazakhstan. And we understand that developing R&D is very, very much important to have successful hydrogen energy. And it's important to develop R&D in the whole cycle of hydrogen energy, production, transportation, storage, and application. And we work on it. And we also work with Kazmunegas to launch a pilot project in Kazakhstan to see, like, we have a lot of fossil fuel resources, coal, and we need to see what's the best scenario to develop hydrogen energy in Kazakhstan and how most efficiently we can export it. And we believe that by 2050, our national company for oil and gas, Kazmunegas, will become a competitive player on hydrogen energy in the world. So Kazakhstan has abundant resources, natural resources, to produce all kinds of hydrogen. And in terms of green hydrogen, it is important to understand to build giga-scale projects. We need to take care about water resources in the country. Currently, our geo conditions allow us to produce 57 hundredths of hours per year of wind power and 1600 hours per year of solar power. However, water scarcity is still a question in the country because 3 out of 8 water basins in Central Asia are subject to water scarcity. In the scale of water availability in the country, producing green hydrogen might not be that much significant. However, considering a certain basin, that will be a question. That's why comprehensive analysis on water resources in Kazakhstan has to be done before constructing large-scale projects for low carbon hydrogen production. Despite these challenges, currently we are considering 2 locations in Kazakhstan to produce green hydrogen. That is, you can see large green drops. The first one is close to Caspian Sea. That's the western part of Kazakhstan, and the other one is close to Balkhash River. And in terms of blue hydrogen, the best area for blue hydrogen production will be western part of Kazakhstan, because there we have abundant natural gas resources, and also we have sedimentary basins for further CO2 storage. And Kazakhstan enters and ranks top 20 world countries by volumes of natural gas, and that actually can hinder the development of blue hydrogen production without correct mitigation strategies. And so Kazakhstan focused on the development of renewable energy sources and increased use of natural gas. That's why we cannot say that there will be a rapid transit towards a low carbon development. However, to move towards hydrogen-based decarbonization, it was found that we need an analysis of greenhouse gas emissions to find out the greenhouse emissions of the country according to ETS. We have launched ETS in 2018, and to stimulate decarbonization, there was a reduction of free quotas by 1.5%, and also the price for each additional quota is 1.1 US dollars per ton of CO2 equivalent. So the carbon neutrality strategy says that we need to use hydrogen in these three aspects, that is industry, transport, and power. For chemicals, Kazakhstan does not have methanol production facilities right now, but we are planning to do so, and we think that utilization of hydrogen in this sphere will, in short term, will be very beneficial for our country. For the refinery, we have three major refinery power plants in Pavlodar, Atyrau, and Shymkent. And because of renovation, Kazmunaygaz made a research on introducing hydrogen for decarbonization questions in our Pavlodar facility, as we already use hydrogen there for hydrodesulfurization. And it was found that that will give us a very considerable and good decarbonization. That's why we put this for the short term, because we already have facilities for hydrogen production in our facility, in our power plants. The steel ArcelorMittal worldwide has ESG policies in their plans, but that they don't have that kind of practice in Kazakhstan right now. That's why we believe that that has to happen in the near term. For the industrial heat, we only have pilot projects where we blend hydrogen with natural gas for cogeneration of heat and electricity. So we are waiting when our technologies will be mature enough to introduce hydrogen for this kind of utilization. In terms of transport, we have two limitations. The first one is we have low prices for gasoline that does not stimulate for hydrogen usage in transport. And the second one is we currently do not have mature enough frameworks for and standards for building hydrogen refueling stations. And in terms of power, Kazakhstan has abundant fossil fuel resources, and especially coal. We produce 69% of our electricity from coal, and that's not very much secure in terms of energy. That's why using hydrogen as an energy carrier will be very important for us. Okay. And so, as I mentioned, Kazmunaygaz Engineering is a research institute of the national oil and gas company Kazmunaygaz, and we want to act as a bridge between academia and industry. We highlight the importance of development of R&D in the country and believe that the benefits of its development can be done when the stakeholders cooperate together, which are academia, NGOs, government, and industry. And carbon neutrality strategy highlights the importance of R&Ds, especially in hydrogen, CCUS, biofuels, and renewables. And it also highlights the importance to finance into R&Ds, and our government understands it. That's why our sub-oil users yearly finance 1% of their gross revenues into R&D. We have our national wealth fund, Samruk Kazna, that created based on this funds of our sub-oil users, corporate R&D funds that supports our R&D. So Kazakhstan understands that hydrogen is very important for our decarbonization, and in order to build successful hydrogen infrastructure, we need to develop our intellectual capacity, R&D, and skilled people. So I'm done with my presentation. We'll be glad to answer to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alisa. We have a slight change in plans. Mr. Said Hakimov, who is the head of Technology, Innovation and Localization Department at Novyi Azot, will speak in the afternoon. And this would allow us to continue with another speaker from Kazakhstan, or at least a speaker who will say more about situation in Kazakhstan, Ms. Liana Baysait, independent expert in the field of green finance and green technologies. Her presentation will be on the role of green finance in the development of renewable energy in Kazakhstan. And I would also like to thank Alisa again for a very comprehensive presentation of what's been happening in Kazakhstan in recent years in terms of development of the hydrogen technology and hydrogen, what we call hydrogen ecosystem. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just waiting for the presentation. First of all, thank you for this opportunity provided to share the knowledge and the findings from the researches that I have been conducting. I will start from the importance of the green finance development. But before I will talk about it, I would need to show you the energy profile of the renewables, show that we have hydrogen production development, and then the legislative framework. So as you can see, the overview of the energy profile, the data shows that our economy depends on the coal. And if before it was 70%, now it's 66%. And as you can see, we have power plants of around 207 power plants, of course. The renewable facilities amount is 130. You can see the production of the renewable energy sources. And by 2022, dated in 1st January, our total peak load was around 15 gigawatts. So as you can see, we also have the hydrogen development in Republic of Kazakhstan. I'm not going to go too much into details. I only can say that we are hoping that in 2032, we're going to have the production, and the project cost is around 10 billion euro. I also need to indicate that we have our targets in the renewable energy market. In 2025, we need to increase the share by 6%. In 2030, the share has to be increased 15%. And when we say 50% of the share has to be increased in 2050, that means battery storages, nuclear power plants developments, as well as the renewable energy, so the whole share. And by 2060, as you know, we have developed the carbon new strategy on carbon neutrality by 2016, and we are hoping to reach the carbon neutrality by 2060. So in order to provide you a descriptive, sorry for technical issues. So in order to provide you an understanding of our green capital market, I need to mention that we have a market capitalization based on 2021. The research that we have conducted, the project on green capital market incentives, jointly with climate bonds initiatives. And the amount of the market capitalization was 46 billion USD, which is 25% of the GDP. And we have around 480 active bonds. We have 2 stock exchanges as well, CASIE and IX. And if we talk about the legislative framework, it's very significant to mention that in order to develop green finance, we need to have a regulatory framework. So we have adopted environmental code in 2021. And in our environmental code, we have the definition of what is green technology, what is green projects, and the taxonomy, which was the legislative act developed in 2021. For the regulatory overview, it's significant to mention that we have also BREF and BAT, which was developed by the International Green Technologies Center. And at the current stage, there is a 15 BREFs documents developed, If we talk about existing incentives on the green finance programs, especially for the small scale renewable energy projects, for the government from 2014 and 2016, we had subsidies, which around 80%. And it has to be implemented in agricultural sector, and the farmers could implement the solar power plants with the capacity of the 0.5 kilowatts. And the other subsidy is 50% from the state budget, which is also up to 5 kilowatts. And the requirements for that is the renewable energy technology has to be developed, production has to be in Kazakhstan, which is the national production. If we talk about the national project for the development of the entrepreneurship, they have incentives such special measures, which is loan guarantees. And these loan and guarantees assist to small, medium enterprises to implement the projects. The UNDP also has the program Renewable Energy under the GIF program, which is the risk in the investments in renewable energy sources with partnership in Damu. Currently, they have implemented 3 projects. They started in 2021. And right now there is around 19 projects under the application is being reviewed. And if we talk about the small scale renewable energy development and the green finance, there is also for the second tier banks was developed a program which under the EBRD, it's called the EBRD Green Economy Financing Facility. Right now it's under the second stage, and the banks, 3 banks participating there, which is the Shinhan Bank, KMF, and the Bank Center Credit. This is just to indicate what is the program for the small scale renewable energy under the UNDP program. As you can see, no more than 35% of the initial loan will be provided, and the project of the renewable energy technologies has to have a 1 megawatt capacity output. Yes, as I said, we have conducted the research with the Frankfurt School, and the 3 project financed at the current stage, and 22 applications is in the process based in the interview. So the green finance policy framework is very significant. Why it's significant? First of all, this framework has been built by the climate bonds initiatives. It was proposed based on the research that the project that has been conducted. And as you can see, we have to outline our national climate strategies. And in these strategies, we need to know how much investments required in order to create specific incentives and measures. Of course, a carbon price is also significant when we talk about the green fiscal spending. Right now in Kazakhstan, we have for the second tier banks as our national bank, they are developing the ESG reporting requirements. And of course, when we talk about the systematic risks, we have to conduct climate test risks. Climate stress tests, it's very significant. For example, if we provide an example for the agricultural sector, there could be some challenges. They might take the loan for the development of the agriculture together with the renewable energy technologies. However, due to the climate unpredictability, they might occur some, some situations where the farmers won't be able to pay the loan that they have taken from the banks. That is why the second tier banks, they have to conduct the climate stress tests in order to know whether there won't be any occasions in regards to the climate. So this is our national green development strategies. Why it's very significant to know. We need to assess the total investments required. We have the green economy concept that we have adapted. We have the carbon neutrality strategy, and the required amount per year for the carbon neutrality strategy to implement is around 18 billion. For the green economy concept is 3 billion. So why the green capital green finance is important because green finance helps to implement the projects, especially for the renewable energies. As you can see here, we are indicating the green bonds issuance. It started in 2020. The first bond was issued by Damu. Of course, the amount is not that huge. The second green bond was by the ADB, and the third bond was with the national operator of the electricity KIGOG. And it's very significant to mention that in Central Asian countries, we have signed the Paris Agreement, and based on the Article 6 and 8, we have measures that says in order to implement low carbon technologies, we need to have a blended finance, aggregation funds, and it's very important. The implementation of the low carbon technologies and the policy, it has to be through the correct allocation of the green funds, which is why the green finance policy framework development is very significant. We need to make sure that we have the taxonomy development, we have the policy, we know how much amount is required in order to switch to transit our economy into a greener, in order to see how much investments will be required, what type of incentives do we need? Is it, for example, could be issuance of the sovereign bonds? Do we need to provide a signal from the government so to stimulate the green capital market in order to issue the green bonds? We need to work with the second-tier banks. We need to work on the customary law, especially raise awareness. What is the green technologies? What is the hydrogen? What is the renewable energy itself? So I think it was quite descriptive. If you will be having any questions, I will be willing to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Liana. Indeed, this is what we were talking about before. How do we make things that we want to happen using various financial instruments? And I think everything counts, both subsidies and loans and more traditional financial instruments. So I would like to now open the floor for questions. Probably not many because we are slightly behind the schedule. So if you have any questions, it's the time to raise your hand. If there are no questions, we'll move. Oh, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Yanagida from JICA of Japan, and I'm doing the expert at the Uzbek Japan Innovation Center in Tashkent. Thank you very much for the very informative presentation. And especially, I just want to make my impression that Ms. Kim mentioned about the Kazakhstan case. Especially, she mentioned about the water security. So water is very important. So nowadays, if we're talking about the green hydrogen, we are always thinking about electricity. But I think very important point we should think about it is water, because the water electricity is using so much water. So we need to develop some kind of the solution how to reduce the usage of the water when we are making the hydrogen, or we need to develop the new technology for the solving this kind of problem. It is a common problem for the Central Asia. So I just want to making the next my presentation. I also mentioned about this point. So this is a very important point. So just not question, but my impression. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. It is indeed important. We actually pay a lot of attention to the water energy nexus, because the use of water for energy and use of water for other purposes, they are, as we know, are often conflicting, and what needs to be done to make it work for all. So thank you. Any other comments, please?
indeed, it is a comment from my side. And I just want to also, in addition to what I fully agree with what the presenter said, and also the comment about the water scarcity importance in the region. But I think for the region and for the topic, it's also important to look at what Alisa said, development of intellectual capacity, so that we're also investing our attention, but also investing in a sense of preparation of the skillful and qualified professionals in this area. And I think it's also important that we are here also in the district of universities in Tashkent to mention this, because in particularly we have to provide skills for our future professionals to create values for this. Also, if we want to move in the low carbon development in the region and in each country of the region, and particularly, I think it's very important to, pay attention and to invest in human capital. So that's just a comment from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. I think this closes our first session, which I think was very interesting and very informative. I would now like to pass the baton to my colleague Branko Milicevic, who will moderate the next session. I think, Branko, should we switch the places?
I think I can do it from
You can do
here.
it from
So
here,
hello,
okay.
everybody. As Oleg said, I'm Branko Milicevic. I'm the secretary of the UNECE group of experts on gas, and I also lead the work of UNECE Hydrogen Task Force. So the second session, we will actually talk about perspectives for developing hydrogen sector here in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, but also in neighboring countries. So we will hear from several speakers of what can transition pathway might look like here. We will start with GIZ. Mr. Sergei Makarov is not with us, so Marianne Serv is here to replace him, and I'll just immediately give you the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I just want to mention I replaced my colleague at the last minute. It was just decided yesterday. So I please apologize. I ask for your patience if I'm a little bit reading the slides, because I discovered myself the slides yesterday. However, I am an energy engineer and I worked in the hydrogen sector before, so I know about the topic, but I don't know so much about the project. I'm myself in charge of a project of energy efficiency in buildings. So maybe one day hydrogen will be interesting for me, but I think it's still a little bit early to talk about it. So I want to present what my colleagues are doing in Kazakhstan, and I know that they are quite open to start working in other countries of Central Asia. So there is this, it's a global program, the Hydrogen Diplo, we call it. So it's based in different countries, and it's aimed at supporting the global energy transition and the decarbonization of fossil fuels. Basically, I think we don't really need the introduction here. We heard about it in the first session that we are trying to use hydrogen to transit from the fossil fuels to renewable energy. I will maybe just go directly to the next session so you can see a little bit how the Hydrogen Diplo program is developed in different countries. So our colleagues managing the programs are based in Germany, in Berlin, in Bonn, in GIZ headquarters. Sorry, I didn't introduce GIZ. GIZ is the German agency for development. We have a big office here in Tashkent, about 100 people working in Uzbekistan. The program is implemented in Nigeria, Ukraine, Angola, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and has some components in other countries like in Oman and other African countries. The aim of the project is to provide advice, to conduct studies, and facilitate international dialogue. It is if I'm not, I don't want to make a mistake here because I see it's not mentioned by which ministry it is financed actually. But basically it is provide advisory service to the German embassies, support the international dialogue on green hydrogen with other international experts, highlight opportunities, challenges and risks of the green hydrogen. Of course, here we are talking only about green hydrogen. Germany is not looking into blue hydrogen. I think my colleagues here can confirm. I hope I'm not saying something wrong. And of course, enhancing the exchange with Germany and the EU regarding the decarbonization strategies in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. So the methodology, we are implementing hydrogen diplomacy offices. So as I mentioned, my colleagues are based in Astana. I'm not so sure if they are planning to open not an office, but let's say to have a representatives in Uzbekistan. It can be the case in the future. I would need to check with them. And they are basically organizing conferences, trainings, and dialogue events with the public and the private sectors. And they are conducting different studies. I got some information that they already conducted a study on, I think, yeah, I'm presenting it later. Sorry, this we already said. Yeah, so basically on the activities, they are conducting trainings on policy and decision makers on green hydrogen, and study tours. Actually, the reason why I'm replacing my colleague today is because he is on a study tour. They were in Berlin first, and they are today at the hydrogen event in Belgium. And there is another study tour which will be organized and published very soon on their website regarding the hydrogen for transport options. So if anyone is interested, you can find more information about this. And regarding the study, as I mentioned, there was one study which was conducted to evaluate the options and cost for green hydrogen for transport from Kazakhstan, transport of green hydrogen from Kazakhstan to the EU. So the study will be published very soon. And there will be another study on green hydrogen in the domestic economy. So as I think Mrs. Aliza Kim mentioned, how it can contribute to the different sectors that you mentioned for the diversification of the economy and the climate goals. Potential cooperation with Uzbekistan, as I said, until now, the office is only in Astana, but they are very happy to open the cooperation with Uzbekistan by co-organizing regional events and regional joint dialogues with representatives from the region, and maybe to consider the Uzbek perspectives in their studies and advisory, and of course to strengthen the international exchange. If I'm not mistaken, the program was supposed to end this year, but they are expecting an extension until end of 2026. So there is still a lot of time to work together with other Central Asian countries. That was very short from my side. Again, I apologize because I don't know so much details on the program, but I'm happy to take questions and inform my colleagues who will get back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. And actually, UNECE is trying to work very closely with the German government on this. Our chair of the Hydrogen Task Force actually spoke yesterday in Berlin with government. The idea here is to explore the possibility of exporting yes or no hydrogen out of this region. So I'm not saying it should be done, but that's one of the way when you produce hydrogen with the view to export it. So I think GIZ will continue to be part of this and will keep you definitely informed. Now we are going to what's going on in Uzbekistan, and we are going to hear about the project Green High Reka from Paul Berto. Please, you can, I understand, present some initial results of a transition pathways for Uzbekistan. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. So hello, everyone. My name is Paul Berto. I'm a doctor in energy economics, and I'm presenting the German research sector here. So before I go into detail, I would like to thank Sandra, Oleg, and Nadezhda for the invitation and this very great forum to exchange All right, so while we wait for the slides, I can just announce that at the moment there's as well the German Uzbek Science Day going on. This is 2 levels upstairs where different German projects are presented. So this is maybe of your interest as well. I will introduce you or present our research project, which is called Green Hyrica. But before that, I just would like to briefly present my institute. It's working. Which direction should I head? Oh yeah, okay, perfect. So I'm working at the Rainer Lemon Institute, which is based in Berlin. We are a not-for-profit research institute with a team of around 100 researchers, and our objective is to contribute to the energy transition prospectively towards 100% renewable energy. And we are not only focusing on Europe and Germany, but on the entire world and especially emerging and developing countries. So this is the agenda. I will stay very briefly. First of all, I would like to quickly talk about the German perspective, then focus on Central Asia and present some very brief results for the case here in Uzbekistan. So in Germany, our objective is to become climate neutral, so carbon neutral by 2045. And this is a serious goal. And as of today, we have already achieved 50% of renewables share in our electricity production. So this is quite an achievement when we consider that Germany is quite a large industrialized country. However, the progress in other sectors like transport, heating, and industry is rather slow. So we really need hydrogen to decarbonize the sectors. And my colleague Marianne has already said this. We focus on green hydrogen, right? Because we want to achieve our carbon neutrality. So on the figure here, you see the hydrogen demand from Germany in dependence to the hydrogen costs. So of course, with higher costs, the demand decreases, but we see this black block, and this is the industry. So the industry will have no choice but using hydrogen in the future to become carbon neutral. So we already have a national hydrogen strategy in Germany with 8 different action areas, and one is the international hydrogen market. So this is where projects like the H2 Diplo project are taking place. And if you read through that, it becomes clear that we need partners, because it states that our domestic hydrogen market is not sufficient to provide hydrogen that we need, and that we will have to import large proportions from other countries. And my colleague here from the Metro Institute already introduced some of the potential export countries. So now let's shift our focus to Central Asia. I think I'm not presenting new things here. We all know that there's a huge potential, especially when we talk about solar and wind. So Lisa already presented the full load hours for wind and solar. They are impressive. There is the space to develop renewables, and we have like a grid and even like a gas export structure that could be used. And of course, it's interesting if hydrogen can become an export commodity. But you see, we have put a big question mark here because this is one of the critical discussions or critical points where the countries have to be careful. The challenges are probably clear as well: climate change, increasing demand, less or depleting resources, and of course, water scarcity that was mentioned already several times. All right, so what are we doing now in this entire context? So we want to tackle several of these problems with research. So our project is funded by the German Ministry for Education and Research, I think, whereas your project is funded by the BMWK, which is our Ministry for Climate and Economy. So what we want to do with this project is establish a research network, not only in Uzbekistan, but considering Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan as well, and the other 2 countries, but we have basically partners in these 3 countries, and we focus on open source energy modeling. So we want to find out what are the most cost-effective or most climate-neutral energy transition pathways. Our research is always focusing on open science and open source so that we enable all stakeholders to use these methods. So at the moment, we are working actually on two specific activities. One is to develop a geospatial atlas for water availability for the water electrolysis process. Actually, we are working together with Alisa's colleagues at KMG, and we will do this for Western Kazakhstan, basically Atirau and Manistar region. But of course, since we're here in Uzbekistan, I will talk now about our other project, and this is we're developing energy transition pathways for Uzbekistan. So we are using a model which is called Open Energy Modeling Framework. I will not go into detail. You will find many information on the internet, and my colleague Umit will present in the afternoon a specific tool. But basically, we can conduct modelings of different energy sectors and conduct optimizations. What is the situation here in Uzbekistan at the moment? I'm quite sure you are aware of that. So we use a lot of gas for power production, but there are challenges. So one challenge is that the electricity demand will rise. So if you take the metro here, for example, which I can recommend, very nice, you see a lot of young people, right? So this country is really young and the demand will increase dramatically. So even if you not consider all this like export demand from Germany and other countries, the energy sector here in Uzbekistan has to change and we need new capacities. At the same time, the natural gas reserves are projected to deplete in the next 20 to 30 years. So now is the important time to consider other options. And what we did now is a small simulation. So we know that at the moment, the renewable share here is around 10%, and the generation costs are around 8 cents. And we are interested in what is the optimal pathway to achieve low costs, but at the same time, low emissions. So we have considered several scenarios. I will just talk about them very briefly. One is the Uzbekistan policy target, which is to install 7 gigawatt of PV and 5 gigawatt of wind. We consider cost optimization, so technology agnostic, least cost. Another one is to have an RE share of at least 80%. And last but not least, we consider the export to one of the German minimum age green hydrogen demands. The constraints are that we consider hourly simulations. So for each hour of the year, we consider resources and the demand. And of course, we want to supply the electricity demand in 2030. So before I finish, just quickly, some findings. So on the left side, you find some of the key outcomes like fossil capacities, RE capacities, hydrogen capacities, renewable share, costs, emissions, and excess capacity. So for the renewable policy target, we see that we would achieve an RE share of 20%, and we can reduce the cost slightly to around 7 cents. But if you consider the cost optimization, we recognize that a much larger renewable capacity needs to be installed together with some increase in gas capacities. This would allow for even further decreasing the cost. So compare the red numbers and increasing the renewable energy share. Now, if we have the constraint that we want to have 80% electricity from renewable sources, we of course need much higher capacities in wind and solar, but at the same time, we already need a significant hydrogen capacity in terms of electrolyzer, fuel cells, and H2 storage. And we can see that it's only slightly more expensive than the current policy targets here in the country. So this might be a good point for discussion. Of course, in simulations, everything depends on the inputs, right? And we do sensitivity analysis as well. But with these studies, it's it's possible to find the most optimal transition pathways. Last but not least, if we consider the demand for Germany, we would need much higher capacities, of course. Hydrogen could be sold to other countries like Germany, but Uzbekistan and other countries have to be careful, of course, because if the hydrogen cannot be sold or is not sold under contracts, suddenly the LCE would increase dramatically, which you can see here from 8 cents to 28 cents if the hydrogen cannot be exported. All right, this is a lot of numbers. Feel free to ask me later. I will keep it brief because of the time constraint. So we see that renewable energy can lead to lower costs, but at the same time, lower emissions and higher independence for Uzbekistan. We have excess electricity in our scenarios where we do not consider export. So this could be used for generating hydrogen from electrolyzers. And in our last scenario, we even have calculated the costs for hydrogen, and they are in a range of $88 per megawatt hour from the inputs that we have applied. So this would be interesting for the foreign market. Next steps are to model other countries, for example, Kazakhstan, and to have like an integrated model. So we want to apply it for the neighboring countries, include other sectors than the power sector, and conduct in-depth sensitivity analysis, and of course, improve our model with more accurate data. All right, so thank you very much, Rahmat, and spasiba большое. So I'm open for your questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. I think we are going to revisit some of your numbers during the day. Very, very interesting. Now we are going online, and here with us will be online Dina Ashgalieva from the Asian Development Bank Institute. I think Dina is based in Kazakhstan, so I don't know if we have a connection with her now. She's in Tokyo, okay. So it's very late there, maybe she's sleeping.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Dina, we hear you.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, I'm joining you from Tokyo. It's a great event. Thank you so much for inviting me. So I would like to start with, we recently produced this book on hydrogen for decarbonization strategies, focusing on green hydrogen and focusing on Asia Pacific. So I would like to share with you some of the takeouts from this book, some of the summary, but the book is in open access and part of that translated into Russian. So I hope you can access. Okay, next. Yeah. So why we talking today about hydrogen? Yeah, it's very often I get question like, if hydrogen so expensive, more expensive than renewable energy, why do we still need it? So the thing is that renewable energy cannot be used everywhere. So there are hard to abate sectors which also need to be decarbonized. So they will use energy hydrogen. Also, hydrogen could be used as a energy storage, especially seasonal, long term, or when there is excess of renewable energy. Also, it could be used for large transport. Like in Tokyo now, there are everywhere these hydrogen buses. So it's very common now to see them. And also it could be for countries who plan to export hydrogen, like Central Asia, like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. This could be a source of revenue from export. So that's why we want to talk about hydrogen. Popularity of hydrogen started to grow, and more countries implementing national hydrogen strategies. So countries who from Asia Pacific region, we have many countries who already implemented national hydrogen strategies. That's Australia, China, of course, India, Japan, Singapore, and Republic of Korea. And also hydrogen strategies are expected in Central Asia, that's Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. Also many Southeast Asian countries, Mongolia, Nepal, and New Zealand. So they are forthcoming. So from Asia Pacific, you know, the countries who are leading most advanced hydrogen economies include like China, Japan, Korea. Those countries are famous, I think, for hydrogen. So I prefer to divide countries into exporters and importers. And then if you ask like from which country Uzbekistan can learn, from exporters or importers, I would say from both. Because why? From exporters to learn, can learn like their strategies for promoting hydrogen, and from importing countries, of course, can learn like which kind of hydrogen they're planning to buy, what price, what is demand, and so on. So let's go through these exporters and then importers. So for exporters countries, yeah, they, of course, the main advantage, that's the source of revenue. Also, if they use renewable energy or carbon capture and storage, they can call it low carbon hydrogen. But there is still debates, what is low carbon hydrogen? So I think this topic, I think I haven't heard anyone mentioning this. What is low carbon hydrogen? That's debatable topic, and each country has own definition. And I think the definition is driven by importers, not by exporters, but by importers. So like European Union, Japan, Korea. So for example, European Union, I think they said only hydrogen produced using renewable energy, the green, is considered low carbon. But however, Japan is softer, allows using renewable energy and CCS, carbon capture and storage. They both can be considered as low carbon. So it's important to look at also the definition, the taxonomy of hydrogen. Also, it's important to understand this local demand and to have this local demand. And many countries actually do both side policies, promote demand and supply. So promoting both sides, demand and supply. So even if local demand is limited, many countries still promote local demand. And local producers can benefit from this low cost hydrogen. Even if it's exported, they still can have access to that. So examples from these exporting countries include Southeast Asia, potential exporters, and Middle East, Australia, and Central Asia. So importers, there are many countries who are targeting to import hydrogen. That include European Union, Korea, and Japan. So their energy demand is so large comparing to ability to produce. So for example, in Central Asia, we have very low population density, very low population density. So this means that we can produce, if we install, let's say, solar panels, we can produce more energy than we can consume because of population size. So, but countries like, imagine like Japan, Korea, they're so densely populated. So they cannot, it is like really difficult for them to produce enough energy for the population size. So those countries targeting to import hydrogen. As I said, this, for example, like Korea, Japan. And so they need this for energy security. Like was mentioned by speaker from JICA, Japan looking at electricity as an electricity source, hydrogen, right? Because this is in order to ensure energy security. Yeah. Okay. So our book, we included all, including exporters and importers. Okay. I will skip one slide because many speakers mentioned that. I'll give you one example from India, actually. India recently started to really promote greatly hydrogen. National hydrogen strategy, India came last year, early 2022 in January. And since then, India did many policies to promote hydrogen. So I can just briefly share with you. First of all, demand creation, like I shared with you, even if country targeting export, they still promote local demand policies to promote demand for hydrogen. So they promote it with some local demand, including this for fuel cell buses. So this is, I think, similar like the one running in Tokyo. We have many hydrogen buses. So this policy included to promote local demand for hydrogen. Also, there are many incentives for hydrogen production implemented. And another thing, it's very interesting, called green hydrogen valleys. Like, remember, we heard Silicon Valleys. Many people heard Silicon Valleys, right? Силиконовые долины. So now this term came new, green hydrogen valleys, green hydrogen valleys. So the country, the government identified 10 states in India. You know, India is a huge country, so they have many states. So they identified 10 states where they have existing steel production, fertilizers, refineries, ports, renewable energy operation, power generation. So basically places where there is demand and supply. So they could produce hydrogen using renewable energy. There is enough renewable energy, and also there is enough demand. Like previous speakers, many speakers mentioned, there is a great problem with transporting hydrogen because it's gas, it's very low density, so big problem to transport it. So this green hydrogen valleys, when you have demand and supply in the same place, that helps you with this transportation issue. So this is about green hydrogen valleys in India. Yeah, so far we have 10 states, but I think India targeting that will have the most such green hydrogen valleys in the world. They're planning to have in India. Also, they're working on certification of green hydrogen. So this is also very important to have certification of green hydrogen. So many countries already have green hydrogen certification, like Korea, European Union. And this certification is very important to match the standards of the importing country. For example, for European Union, that's green hydrogen certification. And also government invest in public investment, research and development. Yeah. So I will want to make my presentation short to leave more time for Q&A. I will be very happy to hear your questions, and please contact me to continue this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Well, while Dina Ashgaleva may be in Tokyo, we have Mr. Yukinori Yakanida here with us in Tashkent from the Japan International Cooperation Agency and expert of the Uzbek Japan Innovation Center of Youth. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introduction. And also, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak about our project related to hydrogen. Let me introduce myself before my slide is become ready. I am not an academician. I'm coming from the oil industry for 30 years in the Middle East. So that's why this kind of the green is a little bit new area for me, but very interesting for me. Okay. And also just I want to introduce that my colleague here, Ms. Sato Jaika, is coming here for watching me. And also later on we are introducing our project principal investigators. Today's my presentation is hydrogen in Uzbekistan under the SATOREP's research fund. So my presentation is my topics is how we started H2 project in Uzbekistan. Then I'm going to explain about what is SATOREP's. Some of them, your people know about SATOREP's, but I'd like to just explain briefly about SATOREP's research fund. And also I explain about outline of our hydrogen project. Then I just giving my microphone to again to Japan, Professor Sugai. He's also the Kyushu University professor. He's also the PI of project. He's going to speak about the much more detailed technology issues. Okay, now we started how we started H2 project. As you are already heard, in 2021, we have some inquiry from Ministry of Energy regarding the presidential decree regarding hydrogen strategy. So this is the beginning of our involvement of hydrogen project. Then after that, we are forming the team between Japan and Uzbekistan. So you can see the Kyushu University and the International Institute for Carbon Neutral Energy Research is the main partner in Japan. And also we are having the partner from the National University of Uzbekistan, Mr. Ulugbek is here, is one of our team member, and the National Institute of Renewable Energy and Science Resources, also our partner, and also Naboy State University for mining and technology is our partner. Then after we are forming a partner, we are making some kind of inspection and meeting with industry such as Naboy mining and Armak mining or Uzbek Neftigas. And we are doing also the seminar and conference inside the Uzbekistan to making awareness about hydrogen. Then finally, just 3 weeks ago, we are signing of the SATREPs and conducting in Uzbekistan. So now we are the start point of this project. So what is SATREPs? SATREPs is abbreviation of Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development. It is kind of the competitive research fund for promote international international joint research with Japan, and also the co-working scheme between Japan and partner country. In this case, it is Uzbekistan. This is not one-way technology transfer. It is a co-working between two partners. And also the focus on social implementation of research outcome and human resource development. So we are not just doing the research work. We are always thinking about how to implement it to the real industry. So this is a very important point of SATREPS program. And SATREPS research field, there is the main 3 fields. It is environment and energy, and bioresources like agriculture and fishery, and also disaster prevention, such as earthquake or mitigation. In this case, we are applying for the category of environment, energy, and especially for carbon neutrality. So SATREPS is eligibility is Japanese or the target countries. And also the duration is 5 years maximum. Then amount of fund is 500 million Japanese yen. Unfortunately, the exchange currency, Japanese yen is getting weak, so it becomes 3.6 million USD, but it's between 5 million to 3.6 million USD value. So, and the SATREPS is always thinking about the collaboration between two countries, Japan and the partner country. So, especially for the JICA and the JST, Japan Science Technology Agency is become a kind of the sponsor. And the support is mainly joint research work, human resource development, and supply of equipment, and the project management. So now I'm moving to the our project. We call the H2UZ. It's a kind of the our now it's kind of the logo mark, and the SATREPS hydrogen of Uzbekistan for Uzbekistan and by Uzbekistan. So I just briefly explain about this concept. So of Uzbekistan is the study of cut-edge technologies to generate hydrogen using resources available in Uzbekistan. So if we are importing the science source of hydrogen from outside country, it's not sustainable. So that's why mainly we are using the resources, not resources like oil and gas, using waste material from industry, such as the slag from the mining site. Later on, we explain about that one. So we are using the resources available in Uzbekistan. For Uzbekistan, we are making the econo-technical recommendation for realization of hydrogen society in Uzbekistan. So outcome of our project is making the a brief feasibility study and the recommendation to the government for selection an option of the future technology to be used or can be used in Uzbekistan. Because technology of hydrogen is day by day is changing. Now it's very good technology and feasible technology at this moment, but after 10 years, it will change. So that's why we want giving the not only one technology, but also the several kind of options to the Uzbekistan government. And by Uzbekistan, it is very related to the human resource development. Because of the sustainable value chain of hydrogen in Uzbekistan, everybody mentioned already, human resource development is very important. So we are doing the development of young researchers, young students, young industrial person for 5 years to make the level capacity building for a hydrogen personnel. So this is our main outline of our project philosophy. So our challenges is, as I mentioned, like utilization of industrial waste. If, for example, Uzbekistan have the gas and oil field, and we are using depleted oil reservoirs, and photocatalysts from the slag and fly ash from metal factories. So such kind of the waste material utilization is our challenge. Second one, I already mentioned about is the water scarcity. So we are doing, we did a kind of interview with Ministry of Agriculture about hydrogen utilization. So what's their reaction? No, we don't have the water to utilize for the hydrogen. We need water for the agriculture. So this kind of the reality, we are now thinking about the technology minimize usage of water in green hydrogen generation. Detail is explained by the Professor Sugai later on. For example, using the kind of the steam electrolysis instead of the water electrolysis. So this kind of things we are going to study. And also, one more. Yes, a feasibility study for social implementation provides the government for reality to, the implementation of the hydrogen strategy. Because of the beginning, we have the discussed with the Minister of Energy about the hydrogen strategy. So our project is outline is in accordance with that strategy. So, sorry. This is our implementation formation. As I mentioned, we have the 3 corporate university and institute under the Uzbek-Japan Innovation Center of Youth, and our counterpart is Kyushu University. So now I would like to introduce our PI. So just today we have the Dr. Zufra Karidova. She's here. She is the Deputy Director of UJCY, and she is the PI of Uzbek side. Thank you very much. And also we are online in Dr. Sugai of Kyushu University. So now I'm going to be passing my microphone to the Kyushu in Japan. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we ready to have Ms. Dr. Sugai online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to share my slides presentation. Okay, sorry. Now I share my slide. Okay, can you find my slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yuichi Sugai, the professor of Kyushu University in Japan, and I am a PI of hydrogen satellites in Uzbekistan. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. I will give an explanation of the satellites project on the development of efficient and innovative green blue hydrogen production technology for the realization of a carbon neutral society in Uzbekistan. taking into account the regional characteristics of Uzbekistan. Currently, it is being considered to convert electrical energy, such as solar energy, into hydrogen as a livestock energy material and energy carrier. The hydrogen can be used not only as a fuel, but also as a raw material for chemical products. The goal of this SATREPS project is to establish the technologies indicated in red in these figures. In other words, this SATREPS project is positioned as a project that covers important technological finds for supplying hydrogen to a future hydrogen society in Uzbekistan. As you know, Uzbekistan is about 1.2 times of this 1.2 times size of Japan, but about 80% of its land is unused desert. The abundance of sunshine, nearly twice that of Tokyo, is well above the world average. And natural gas production is steady, but oil fields are matured, and oil production is declining significantly. And Uzbekistan is also rich in metallic mineral resources with uranium, tungsten, gold, silver, and copper being exported overseas. Our goal is to establish hydrogen production technologies that take advantage of these unique characteristics of Uzbekistan. The technology to convert oil into hydrogen in situ underground, utilizing the large amount of oil still remaining underground even in mature and depleted oil fields. And development of hydrogen producing photocatalyst that takes advantage of the vast unused desert and abundant sunlight, as well as the copper slag generated as a byproduct of copper smelting in Uzbekistan. And perovskite solar cells, which also utilize desert and abundant sunlight, are the technology that originated in Japan, and we will establish them as a power source for steam electrolysis. In steam electrolysis, we will establish a more efficient steam electrolysis hydrogen production technology by utilizing abundant sunlight production technology, sunlight as an heat source, making the most of the technology that originated in Japan. The Japanese representative institution is Kyushu University, and researchers from 3 departments, such as engineering, science, and International Institute for Carbon Neutral Energy Research, ISNA, will participate in this SATREPS project. In addition, Japanese oil exploration and production company has been appointed as an external support organization, and the Japanese chemical manufacturer has been appointed as an external support organization for the perovskite project. The Uzbekistan Representative Research Organization is Uzbek-Japan Innovation Center of Youth, UJICY, with the National University of Uzbekistan, the Naboy State Mining Institute, and the National Institute of Renewable Energy Resources as collaborating institutions. On the Japanese side, me and Professor Sasaki and Professor Matsumoto and Associate Professor Matsushima will lead the research on the 4 technologies as leaders in their respective fields. In Uzbekistan, researchers with expertise related to the 4 technologies will participate in the project and conduct international joint research with their respective research themes. So I would like to now explain each of the technological studies. First, I would like to talk about underground in-situ hydrogen production technology. The hydrogen produced by this technology can be classified as so-called blue hydrogen, but it is a next generation type of blue hydrogen production that solves the problems of conventional blue hydrogen production technology. Conventional blue hydrogen is produced from fossil fuels, converted to hydrogen above ground, and then the CO2 produced is returned to the ground again, which is inefficient in terms of energy. So it's a conventional blue hydrogen production process, very environmentally friendly. To solve this problem, we aim to establish a technology to complete the entire process underground where oil reserves are located. In other words, we envision the establishment of a technology in which oxygen, water, and sodium hydroxide, calcium oxide or magnesium oxide, are injected into underground. A portion of the oil is burned underground to raise its temperature. The resulting water vapor reacts with the oil to produce hydrogen and CO2, and the CO2 reacts with sodium hydroxide to immobilize in a reservoir as a sodium carbonate, so that the only hydrogen gas produced in the end. So we envision the establishment of this technology. So since high temperature is needed for hydrogen production from the reaction of oil and steam, the reservoir temperature is important in this process. And our target temperature is 700 degrees Celsius or higher, thereby achieving a hydrogen concentration in the gas produced of 80% or higher. So later in the project, we are planning to conduct a field pilot test in Uzbekistan using an abandoned oil producing well in Uzbekistan, where we have set a target of 50% or more of the gas produced, hydrogen gas produced from underground to be hydrogen. So next, we would like to discuss hydrogen production by steam electrolysis. The advantage of this steam electrolysis is its high energy conversion efficiency. In the case of water electrolysis here, 4 to 8 kilowatt hour of electricity is required to produce 1 cubic meter of hydrogen. But in the case of steam electrolysis here, the same amount of hydrogen can be produced with only about 3 kilowatt hour of electricity. So furthermore, in the case of oxide ion conductors used in conventional electrolysis for steam electrolysis, the operating temperature must be about 800 degrees Celsius. With the proton conductor studied in this project, the temperature can be lowered to 500 to 600 degrees Celsius. So furthermore, since water vapor is supplied to the anode side and hydrogen is generated on the cathode side, as shown by this image, so there is no need for separation of water vapor and hydrogen. So then proton conductors can maintain higher conductivity than conventional conductors in the low temperature range of 400 to 500 degrees Celsius. And their performance has been improving year by year, and further cell enlargement is underway. So this project also aims to further improve energy efficiency and enlarge the size of the cell. The goal is to achieve a high. Sorry. Okay. The goal is to achieve the high hydrogen efficiency of 3.2 kilowatt per cubic meter and high durability, high durability of only 1% degradation in 1,000 hours. In addition, we are planning to test a prototype 1 kilowatt class bench scale hydrogen production system in this project. So we also plan to study the use of solar heat and other energy source to improve energy efficiency. Next, the perovskite solar cells. Perovskite solar cells are solar cells that use compounds with a crystal structure called the perovskite, as shown in this figure. And perovskite solar cells are characterized by high photoelectric conversion efficiency and low cost and thinness and lightweight and flexibility in shape. The photoelectric conversion efficiencies approaching those of ordinary silicon solar cells have been reported recently. And although these perovskite solar cells do not directly produce hydrogen, they can be used as a power source for steam electrolysis, thereby contributing to the production of green hydrogen. They can also be used as a power source for hydrogen production by electrolysis of salt water, etc. So the NaOH byproduct of this process can be used as an agent for fixing CO2 generated in the underground hydrogen generation technology in oil field. So thus, perovskite solar cells are an important research tema as a key technology supporting the hydrogen production technology that this project aims to establish. This is the final goal of the perovskite project. We aim to achieve 27% higher efficiency comparably to silicon solar cells. And we will also establish degradation control technology to improve the current durability of about 8 years to 20 years. The small sample fabricated at Kyushu University and large area modules provided by a Japanese chemical manufacturer will be installed outdoor in Uzbekistan for a long period of time for field test to demonstrate that Japan perovskite solar cells can be applied to the natural environment of Uzbekistan. Finally, photocatalyst. Uzbekistan is rich in copper resources, and we will develop a photocatalyst with an heterojunction structure using copper slag or other slag, which generate about 600 copper slag is generated about 600,000 tons of copper annually during copper refining. In addition to copper slag, the use of industrial byproducts such as steel slag or something will also be considered in this project. This photocatalyst have a reduction site that produces hydrogen from water and an oxidation site and oxidized organic matter, making it a photocatalyst capable of producing hydrogen from water reduction and lactic acid from starch and sugar, for example. So the titanium is supported on calcinated slag and crystallized ferrite to form a composite, which is used as a hydrogen-producing photocatalyst. The advantage of this is that it is visible light, responsive photocatalyst that can also utilize visible light. So it is a highly efficient photocatalyst because it prevents aggregation of titanium dioxide particles, the main catalyst. So this is the goal of this research in this project. We will develop a technique to create visible light responsible photocatalytic composite from copper slag or steel slag produced in Uzbekistan by joining these mirror materials. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sugai.
Thank you.
With this, we are done with the presentation for this panel. Now we luckily have some time for questions. You can ask any of the panelists or even those who presented before in the session one.
Chairman, I just want to add it to the one more word for this presentation. And the SATREPS is done by Japan, but is not excluded any other countries' collaboration. So United Nations, World Bank, and the idea. So anything. So in the future, we need the social implementation. We are making the research work for the kind of the options. Then after 5 years, maybe we have the another direction we can find out. So we are always appreciate the collaboration and co-working with other institutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we all can agree that some central theme emerged today from session one and session two. You know, normally when we talk about hydrogen production, we use those words green and blue. We talk about production from fossil fuels with CCS, which itself is a problem. And then we talk about so-called green hydrogen and production from using electricity from renewable energy sources. But what we heard today from our colleagues from Japan, but also from Dr. Parpiev, is about some other avenues of hydrogen production, which means the following. Once you produce electricity in photovoltaic solar cells, you probably should use it as electricity. And if you produce heat or you can produce heat, you should use heat as heat. So to me, what emerged as a key concept today, this morning, is that heat is good and it can be used as a way to produce hydrogen. So if anybody wants to comment on this theme, please do so.
Во-первых, я бы хотел поблагодарить всех докладчиков. Это очень интересные презентации, доклады, информация. Я услышал сегодня оптимизм, что мы должны переходить на водородную энергетику, использовать водород, особенно зеленый водород. Но есть опасения. Во-первых, это, конечно, стоимость водорода, особенно когда водород получается путем электролиза. То есть на сегодняшний день фотоэлектрические системы, так как там используется кремний, ограничены коэффициент полезного действия. Поэтому сейчас предлагается переходить на пировскитные материалы, которые обеспечат, с одной стороны, снизить себестоимость фотостанций, с другой стороны, увеличить выход электричества. Таким образом, мы можем получать более дешевую энергию и использовать для получения водорода. Очень много вопросов, в частности, нам тоже задают вопросы. Воды и так не хватает, а вы хотите из воды получать водород. А кто вам сказал, что мы будем использовать водород из реки? Вода содержится в воздухе. Есть очень простые технологии, которые можно извлекать из воды, а это до 30%. А если учесть, что в 1 литре воды содержится до 1 кубического метра водорода, то есть тут расход воды будет не очень такой большой. С другой стороны, когда используешь водород для получения энергии, он контактирует с кислородом и получается как в виде отхода вода. То есть мы воду берем, получаем энергию, получаем воду. То есть тут здесь как раз я не вижу таких больших проблем. Но, как был вопрос от Бранка, получать тепловую энергию, чтобы получить тепловую энергию, как бы нонсенс. Но здесь тепловая энергия нужна, особенно в нашем случае, когда мы пытаемся использовать концентрированную солнечную энергию, получить высокие температуры для разделения воды. Вот наша концепция именно получения бесплатного тепла. То есть мы ничего не тратим, просто получаем высокую энергию, которую направляем на разделение воды на кислород и водород. Конечно, можно использовать, и я думаю, что нужно использовать катализаторы, которые будут помогать снижать температуру, увеличивать выход водорода. Ну, еще один такой момент, с выходом водорода мы получаем еще кислород, который, опять же, нам нужно человечеству и природе нужно. Так что я думаю, что именно зеленая энергетика по сравнению с серым или с голубым водородом имеет такую большую перспективу для всех нас. Спасибо.
Any other question or comment? If no questions, I heard interesting story about those perovskites or perovskites, solar panels, solar cells. I don't know if our colleagues from Japan are here. I was wondering, what is the prospects of producing those materials in Uzbekistan?
Sorry, microphone. That is, welcome. This is, what's that one?
Thank you very much for very interesting topic regarding the perovskite solar cell. So, of course, in Uzbekistan, they had a number of research groups in Academy of Science, in universities that are working about in field of perovskite solar cell. And it's very promising topic because in Uzbekistan we have very dry climate, and it's very good for durability of perovskite solar cell. But if we would like to have, for example, real application of big perovskite solar cells, so in Japan we have a number of manufacturers of big solar perovskite cells.
Perovskite is a kind of an oxide of two metal, different metals, who in a lattice.
Yes, in a lattice that can make some kinds of
So
layers, structure.
It's a high-tech material. You know,
Yeah, high-tech material in the field of semiconductors. And in our project, we have collaboration with some Japanese manufacturer who can produce a huge, big solar cell, perovskite solar cell. And it's interesting story that in Japan, it's impossible to study the durability test in real environmental conditions. But that company is very interested about the durability of the perovskite cell in real condition. And of course, Uzbekistan, it's a very good example of best conditions because we have a lot of sunlight and very dry climate. So we expected good results and good application. And also, as our colleagues said, we have a number of experience and background in development of perovskite cell in Uzbekistan. So it's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comment?
I have a question. We heard today from Dina Ashgaliyeva about the hydrogen valleys, kind of analogy to Silicon Valleys. But we heard from once from a colleague from the Mitsubishi industry that the same is existing in Japan. I would be interested if you colleagues can share with us some insights of experience, both from Japan and maybe from India, how this is working exactly, and how, if there is any perspective for similar, let's say, projects in Central Asia. Thank you.
No one dares to tackle this question.
No, maybe I can address my question first to Dina Ashgaliyeva, and then if colleagues from JICA and satraps can also develop on it.
Dina is.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nadezhda, for nice question. Yeah, I haven't heard in Japan, but I was very interested. I think what India did, they used lessons from many countries, from European Union, Japan, Korea. And when they developed their policy, so like supporting both demand and supply, and they wanted first to identify states where they have both demand and supply, good conditions for both producing hydrogen and consuming hydrogen. So that's how they came up with this green hydrogen valley, and India targeting to be one of the world, maybe first or one of the top world green hydrogen exporters in the world in the future.
Thank you, Dina. Just to make one comment, we heard about this low carbon hydrogen, green and blue. In general, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, its task force on hydrogen, is trying to stay away from green and blue and color coding. And the same does the International Energy Agency. The International Energy Agency developed lately a new expression called low emission hydrogen. Now, that means whatever you want it to mean. I mean, there is no agreed thresholds to say this is low emission. So different countries use different thresholds. In Japan, it's different from Europe and elsewhere. But what we are trying to do at the United Nations is try to organize some sort of conversation about the possibility to harmonize the criteria, so that once we say low emission hydrogen, that we somehow talk the same language. At this time, this is still not the case. So everybody's free to call it low emission or green, you know. Anyway, so any other question or comment? I know the time for lunch is near, so I don't want to be between you and the lunch.
I can add about hydrogen valley in Japan. It was made by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. They do develop their hydrogen energy very much, and as a Gas Engineering, we recently signed a memorandum with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, with whom we are planning to collaborate in this area. And in their valley, they do have production, transportation, utilization, and storage facilities, like whole cycle of hydrogen utilization.
Thank you. Any other comment, question? I think with this, it's been a lot of information today, and personally, I learned a lot and many new concepts. I'm looking forward to sifting through those slides. I think they will be shared somehow. Am I right about it?
Yes, on our UNECE website, we created a page for the event, and the presentations will be posted after the event.
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, we have this hydrogen task force that we invited our 56 member states, Uzbekistan being one of them, to join the task force. Some member states chose to nominate experts, some did not. So with your permission, I will reach to many of you, to some of you, and explain what, I mean, by email, and explain what this hydrogen task force is engaged, and to see whether you would like to be a part of it. We do not charge any money for the membership in the task force. We do not pay. It's voluntary, so you can join anytime and leave anytime. The point is, the mission of this task force is simply to promote the transition to a hydrogen economy as soon as possible within constraints. Also, I have to tell you that this task force is not a group of hydrogen cheerleaders. So we are not only saying hydrogen is good, we need more of it. We want to really recognize the obstacles, the challenges in developing hydrogen economy. And the answer may well be, in some cases, that the hydrogen may not be part of the solution, or it's too complicated, too expensive, or not really possible at this time, or we should identify some possibilities. Our general approach is that we want to promote a local action. The idea is, at this time, we don't feel that international trade in hydrogen long distance is really feasible or economically viable. But producing hydrogen in some place, consuming it nearby, is the way to start. And we've already heard about those hydrogen valleys here and there. There are also such initiatives present in the European Union. And we'd like to see how we can maybe develop such valleys or local clusters in Uzbekistan and in neighboring countries. So with this, I think we've concluded our session 2. It's almost time for lunch. We are even earlier, which is kind of great for events of this sort. And I think we will reconvene again at 2 o'clock after the break. So thank you all.
Спасибо всем участникам нашего международного форума. Мы приглашаем вас на обед. Обед будет недалеко от нас, нашего министерства, называется Firdaus Garden. Вместе сейчас спустимся и вместе обедаем. 2 часа у нас форум начинается. Да. Пешком, да, недалеко от нас. Ну, прямо внизу. Спасибо большое. Да. После обеда у нас есть подарки для участников, в основном иностранным участникам. Мы будем, у нас церемония вручения подарков. Да, 20.
Коллеги, я предлагаю начать, точнее, начать послеобеденную сессию, продолжить нашу дискуссию. Так. Поскольку у нас были небольшие изменения в программе до обеда, и у нас не было двух участников, которые предполагались под сессии, Да, хорошо. У нас предполагалось два участника, которые должны были принимать участие в сессии по Центральной Азии, которая называлась, я на английском скажу, Sustainable Hydrogen Production Pathways in Central Asia. Поэтому, поскольку сейчас мне сказали, что коллеги подошли уже, я предлагаю включить их презентации сейчас, обсудить после презентации их аспекты и дальше пройти уже по программе, которая была предусмотрена изначально. В связи с этим, I would like to give a floor now to Mr. Said Hakimov, the Head of Technology, Innovation and Localization Department from Navai Azot. And he will cover the current status and prospects for the use of hydrogen in Uzbekistan. Господин Хакимов. Вы можете, да, у нас формат круглого стола. Я предлагаю, чтобы вы рассказали презентацию, чтобы коллеги задавали вопрос. Я знаю, что послеобеденное время сложно всем, но предлагаю принимать активное участие. Спасибо.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari. Mani ismim Said, familiyam Hakimov. Man Navai Azot aksiyadorlik jamiyatida ishlayman, innovatsiyalar bo'limi boshlig'iman. Bizda zavodimizda vodorodni olinishi to'g'risida qisqagina qilib men taqdimot tayyorlab kelganman. Bu endi hozir birdaniga taqdimotga boshlashdan oldin bu slaydlarni qanday o'tkazsa bo'ladi? Men birdaniga unga o'tmasdan oldin ozroqgina zavodimiz to'g'risida aytib bermoqchi bo'lyapman. Bu zavodimiz Navai Azot o'tgan asr 64-60-yillarga to'g'ri keladi. Uni ishga tushishi bo'yicha bu o'zi Soyuz davrlarida O'zbekistonda mineral o'g'itlarda talab yuqori bo'lganligi uchun Navai Azot asosan shu mineral o'g'itlarga moslashtirilgan zavod bo'lganligi uchun 64-yilga kelib turib birinchi очередь, ya'ni birinchi anaqalar ishga tushgan bo'ladi. Bizda demak ammiak birinchi navbatda первая очередь производства ammiaka deymiz buni. Birinchi ammiakimiz ishga tushdi. Bu 64-yilda 370 ming tonna ammiak anaqasi bilan undan keyin azotniy kislota ammiakli selitramiz o'sha yili ishga tushib turib, o'g'it bo'yicha maksimalniy quvvatimiz 100% azotga hisoblanganda 120 ming tonnani tashkil topgan. Keyingi o'sha rivojlanish bosqichlarida bu 68-70-yillarga to'g'ri keladi. Bu narsa o'sha tog' sanoatini rivojlanishi bilan bog'liq bo'lgan davr. Ya'ni Navoiyda Navoiy tog' metallurgiya kombinati ishga tushadi oltinni qazib olishga bo'lgan kimyoviy reagentlarga bo'lgan talab paydo bo'lgandan keyin o'sha 70-yillarga kelib Navoiy Azotda organik производствоlar shakllanib boshlaydi. Bular birinchi bo'lib tsianistiy kislota, natriy tsianidi, uglekislota olinishi, atsetilen va atsetilenni ketidan o'sha aldegid уксусный kislota anaqalari ishga tushadi. Endi bu yerda men ko'rsatib ketmaganman. Bu yerda основной yana anaqalar ham bor. Tiamachivini ishlab chiqarish ham bu anaqada flat agent hisoblanadi. Tog' sanoatida u ham hozirgi kunda 3000 tonnalik mashinasimiz ishlab turibdi. 71-yilga kelib o'sha keyin Navoiy Azotda o'sha 3-очередimiz bu o'g'itga nisbatan anaqa kuchayib ketavergandan keyin respublikamizdagi talab oshavergandan keyin 71-yilga kelib o'sha ammiak 3 очередь ishga tushadi. Shuni ketidan 180 ming tonna ammiak, 480 ming tonnalik nitrat kislota va 600 ming tonnalik ammiakli selitra o'g'iti ishga tushadi. 2000-yillarga kelib turib, bizada уже kam miqdorli, ya'ni malatanashka deymiz. Malatanashkaga bo'lgan ehtiyoj respublikamiz xalq xo'jalik mollariga nisbatan anaqa ehtiyoj oshganligi sababli 2000-yillarga kelib производство kaustik soda degan производствоmizni ishga tushirganmiz. Bu kaustik soda ishlab chiqarishimiz va shuni ketidan kam miqdorli kimyoviy mahsulotlar ishlab chiqarish ni ham yo'lga qo'yganmiz. Bularga значит kaustik soda, jidkiy xlor, solenoy kislota, tog' kon sanoati uchun kerakli mahsulotlar, ya'ni 2001-yildan 2010-yillarga to'g'ri kelyapti. Uniflog, har xil qatronlar, smoli всякие, bu karbamidni, formaldegidni smoli, umuman formaldegidli qatronlar bizada bir 5-6 xil turlari ishlab chiqariladi bugungi kunga kelib. Va eng oxirida bizda eng katta o'zgarish prorivlardan biri bo'ldi. Demak, 3 ta katta proyektlar amalga oshirildi. Bu qariyb 1,7 milliard dollarlik katta proyektlar. Bu yerda ammiak va karbamid ishlab chiqarish Yaponiyani Mitsubishi korporatsiyasi tomonidan qurildi va ishga tushirildi. Undan tashqari azotli kislota 500 ming tonnalik azotli kislota bu Shvetsariyani Kazali kompaniyasi tomonidan qurildi, ishga tushirildi. Undan tashqari PVH, kaustik soda va metanol ishlab chiqarish anaqalari ham ishga tushdi. Bu qisqagina bizda anaqamiz bo'ldi. Demak, rivojlanish tarixi bu Navoiy azotni bugungi kunga kelib turib, o'sha hozir endi vodorod to'g'risida aytadigan bo'lsak, vodorod bizada основной zavodda ishlab chiqariladi, затем uni переработка qilinadi ammiakda, и далее переработка qilinadi u azotli o'g'itlarga va kam miqdorli anaqalarga kimyoviy mahsulotlar, чтобы для горнодобывающей отрасли. Birinchi anaqasi usuli, biz 3 xil usul bilan bizda vodorod ishlab chiqariladi zavodimizda. Bu birinchi usuli metan konversiyasi, ya'ni bu hammaga ma'lum bo'lgan o'sha usul. U 2 xil shunday usulimiz bor. Bu eski ammiakdagi va yangi ammiakdagi usullar. Bu eski ammiakda bu shaxtniy sposob bilan olamiz. O'yini qisqagina men производствоni anaqasini texnologik sxemachasini tushuntiradigan bo'lsam, mana bu sariq bilan belgilangan apparatimiz bu teplobmennik. Undan keyingi shaxtniy apparatimiz bu konverter metani. Undan keyingi ikkita apparatimiz demak konverter CO, ya'ni uglerod 1 oksidini konverteri va ikkita ketma-ket uzun kolonnasimon apparatlarimiz bu bizda anaqa skrubber охладитель deymiz, tarkibidagi CO2 ni birlamchi tozalash kolonnalari. Xullas, birinchi metan konversiyasi konverter metanni ichiga olib boriladi. Buni ichida jarayon 850 dan 1000 gradusgacha boradi. Anaqani ichida konverter metanni ichida katalizator qo'yilgan, nikel tarkibida nikel saqlaydigan katalizator. Bu Soyuzda GIAP degan instituti tomonidan ishlab chiqarilgan bu katalizator GIAP 8 deb nomlanadi. Hali ham o'sha katalizatordan foydalanamiz. Yangi katalizatorlar hali yo'q. Shu eng optimalniy katalizator bu значит nikel содержащий katalizator. Bu yerda 4 talik potokni biz strogiy anaqasini ushlab turamiz. Соотношениясini bu kislorod перегретый пар и плюс tabiiy gaz va насыщенный пар. Mana shu 4 ta potokni biz ushlab turamizda. Bu parakislorodni воздушный parakislorodni konversiya deyiladi. Bu anaqa kitobiy tilda va shu jarayonni biz olib borib turamiz. Jarayonning kimyoviy anaqasi kimyoviy reaksiyalarini mana ko'rsatib qo'yganmiz. 5 xil reaksiya asosiy bu yerda demak metanni yonish jarayoni bo'ladi. Kislorod bilan o'sha metanni yonish jarayonida hosil bo'ladigan mana shu 191 kilokaloriya issiqligi qolgan vodorod ishlab chiqarishga sarflanadi. Qolgan uchta reaksiyaga o'sha issiqlik yutilish bilan boradigan reaksiyalarga birinchi tipadagi o'sha ekzotermический reaksiyadan chiqadigan issiqlik sarflanadi. Vodorodni ishlab chiqarganimizdan keyin konverter metanda hosil bo'lgan уже bu yerda уже 50-60% gacha газовый смесь konvertirованный gaz deyiladi. Buni tarkibida 50-60% уже anaqamiz bor, vodorod bor, и CO bor. Где-то 25-30% CO bo'ladi. CO ni ham konversiyalab olamiz. CO konversiyasi bu yerda 5-reaksiya orqali ketadi. 5-reaksiya orqali ketadi. Mana bu yerga pozitsiyasini 103 deb yozib qo'yganmiz, ko'rinyaptimi yo'qmi? 103-apparatlarning ichida 450 gradus Selsiy anaqasida, temperaturasida STK katalizator bor, железохромовый katalizator. Ana shu железохромовый katalizator 350-450 gradus atrofida mana shu yerda CO ni konversiyasi ketib boshlaydi. CO konversiyasini suv bug'i bilan amalga oshiramiz. Suv bug'i bilan amalga oshirilgan CO konversiyasida bu yerda CO2 plus vodorod ajrala boshlaydi. Ana shu jarayonni ketidan biz уже gaz konvertirованный gaz tarkibidagi vodorodni miqdorini уже 80% gacha yetkazamiz. Qolgan 20% bu yerda CO2 bo'lib turadi. И дальше monoэтанол-aminовая очистка, щелочная очистка, keyin очистка газа жидким азотом degan agregatlarimiz bor, koja deyiladi. Дальше o'sha agregatlar bilan faqat vodorodda o'sha konsentratsiyasini oshirish bilan olib boriladi. Vodorodni konsentratsiyasini shu yerda 99% gacha yetkazamiz. Bu bizda eski ammiakdagi texnologik sxema. Bu sxemamiz ozroqgina energiya yomki sxema hisoblanadi. Ya'ni bu yerda разделение воздух bor. Разделение воздухni 1 tonna ammiakka hisoblaganda 1 tonna ammiak ishlab chiqarish uchun 2000 kilovat elektroenergiya sarflaymiz. 2000 kilovat elektroenergiya. Asosan разделение воздухga ko'p anaqa oladi, чистый kislorod bilan bog'liq bo'lganligi uchun. Уже keyingi anaqa bugungi 20-yillarga kelib ishga tushirgan Mitsubishi Heavy Industries firmasi bilan ishga tushirilgan yangi ammiakda vodorod ustanovkamiz bu уже менее энергоемкий, без разделения воздуха anaqa qilinadi. Bu уже reformer usuli deyiladi. Mana bu yerda sxematический men anaqasini ko'rsatganman. Demak, mana bu yerda sariq bilan yuqorida ko'rsatilgan sxemacha, bu reformerning sxemasi. Bu yerda olov ichkarida yonmaydi. Именно trubkalarning ichida nikel содержащий katalizator qo'yilganda, и trubkalarning atrofidan esa olov yonadi, topichniy gazlar yonadi. Topichniy gazlar yonadi, jarayonni o'sha anaqani trubkalarning ichini 800 gradusgacha temperaturasini ko'tarib oladi, 1000 gradus 800 ming atrofiga ko'tarilib, kirib keladigan metanni konversiyasini u endotermический-ku, o'shani issiqligini mana shu atrofdagi garelkalar berib boshlaydi. A tak konversiyada boradigan reaksiyalar bular analogichniy reaksiyalar. Bu mana birinchi, ikkinchi bu reaksiyalarimizda bu yerda tabiiy gaz tarkibidagi oltin gurgutni tozalaymiz oldin. Chunki nikel содержащий katalizator juda ham чувствительный oltin gurgutga nisbatan. Oltin gurgut u uchun yad hisoblanadi. Katalizatorda zaharlamasligimiz uchun oltin gurgutdan tozalab olib, u отдельный reaktorlarga ketadi. Keyingi bosqichlarda metan konversiyasi ketib boshlaydi. Bu metan konversiyasi anaqa bilan ketadi. Воздушный metan konversiyasi deyiladi. Shu uchun bunga katta elektroenergiya talab qilinmaydi. 1 tonna ammiak ishlab chiqarish uchun sarflanadigan elektroenergiya miqdori bu yerda где-то 120 kilovat elektroenergiyani tashkil etadi. Keyin yana bir anaqamiz bor. Vodorod olish sxemamiz bor. Bu bizda bu ham 2020-yil ishga tushirildi. Xitoyda SS7, ya'ni SS7 degan kompaniyasi tomonidan ishga tushirildi. Bu sxemamizda atsetilen ishlab chiqaramiz. Atsetilen ishlab chiqarishda побочный produksiya, как бы vodorod и CO hosil bo'ladi. Buni biz sintez gaz deymiz. Vodorod и CO hosil bo'ladi. Men anaqalarni aytmay ketayotgan ekanman. Mana birinchi boshdagi mana bu sxemamizda bizda vodorod bo'yicha vodorod bo'yicha mощностimiz mana bu eski amyakdagi vodorod bo'yicha mощностimiz soatiga 4,8 tonnani tashkil qiladi. Yillik vodorod ishlab chiqarishimiz esa 38.571 tonnani tashkil qilar ekanmizda. Ikkinchi yangi amyakdagi vodorod ishlab chiqarish ustanovkamizda bu miqdor demak soatiga 17,6 tonnani tashkil etadi, yiliga esa 141.430 tonnani tashkil qiladi. Pastdagi rasm bu reformerda tashqi ko'rinishi, o'sha vodorod ishlab chiqaradigan reformerda tashqi ko'rinishi. Tak, uchinchi sxemamizda men aytmoqchi edim, bu atsetilen ishlab chiqarish sxemasi. Atsetilen ishlab chiqarish sxemasida birinchi, ikkinchi oranjeviy va ko'k apparatlarda bu prirodniy gaz va kislorodni qizdirgich apparatlar hisoblanadi. Uchinchi rozoviy anaqa apparatimiz esa fioletli rozoviy apparatimiz. Bu как бы reaktor hisoblanadi. Bizda atsetilen ishlab chiqarish metanni piroliz usuli bilan olamiz, chala yoqish usuli bilan. Bu yerda reaksiya 1,5 gradus ostida ketadi. Hech qanaqa katalizator yo'q. 1,5 gradusda metan parchalanadi-da, uni zudlik bilan biz sovutamiz. Ana shu hosil bo'lgan pirogaz deymiz, pirolizning gazlarning tarkibida 8% bor yo'g'i atsetilen, qolgani esa sintez gaz tashkil qiladi. Sxemani dalshi unchalik ko'p tushuntirib o'tirmayman. Dalshi sxema bo'yicha absorpsiyalanish bor. N-metil piralidon degan rasvarichil bilan biz atsetilenni ajratib olamizda, hosil bo'ladi bu yerda sintez gazni как бы побочка hisoblanadi. Sintez gazni keyin metanol ishlab chiqarishga jo'natamiz. Sintez gazni tarkibida esa 60% vodorodi bor, 40% CO-si bor. Agarda uni ham biz konverterlab olsak, bu yerda ham 90% lik vodorod bor deganda. Mana shu ustanovkani qurilmamizda vodorod bo'yicha yillik quvvati 24.564 tonnani tashkil qilar ekan. Vodorod bo'yicha mощностimiz mana shu ustanovka. Oxirgi ustanovkamiz, bu ham vodorod ishlab chiqaradigan ustanovkamiz. Bu elektrolizor usuli bilan vodorodni olish. Bugungi kunda biz bu ustanovka именно kaustik soda ishlab chiqarishda ishlatiladi. Buni mощности kaustik soda ishlab chiqarish bo'yicha mощностimiz 75.000 tonnani tashkil qiladi yiliga. Elektrolizorga demak tarkibida 300 gram na litr bo'lgan natriy xlor eritmasini elektrolizorga berganimizda o'rtada diafragmamiz bor, katod va anodlarga bo'linib, katod qismidan vodorod ajralib chiqadi. Bu как бы bizda побочный produksiya hisoblanadi bu ham. Lekin buni ham yillik quvvati yaxshigina bor. 1875 tonnadan bu yerda vodorod ajralib chiqadi. Bu ham bir qisqacha bu elektrolizor usuli bo'ldi. Undan keyingi anaqada bu vodorodda demak ishlatilish bizani именно Navoiy azot miqyosida vodorod qayerga ishlatiladi degan joyda bu balans qilingan, faktiskiy balans bizda. Demak, o'sha yuqorida tushuntirib bergan 4 ta ustanovkadan hosil bo'ladigan itogoviy 206.440 tonna vodorod bizaga основной demak mineral o'g'itlar ishlab chiqarish, bu ammiakli selitra, karbamid ishlab chiqarish, ammiak ishlab chiqarish, nitrat kislota ishlab chiqarish va metanol ishlab chiqarish, 300.000 tonna tiamachevina ishlab chiqarish tog'kon sanoati uchun natriy tsianida ishlab chiqarishga sarflanadi. Undan tashqari 12.000 tonna xlorid kislotamiz ham bor. Bunga ham vodorod kerak. Endi dalshi hozirgi kunda bizda muqobil energetika bo'yicha yaxshigina ishlar ketyapti. Bu demak quyosh panellarini o'rnatish, geliya kollektorlarini o'rnatish zavodda, undan tashqari sovutish minoralarini rekonstruksiya ishlari ham jadal olib borilmoqda. Bugungi kunda shu bo'yicha ham energiyani tejash bo'yicha yaxshigina ishlar olib borilmoqda bugungi kunda. Shu bilan taqdimotimiz kichkina anaqamiz nihoyasiga yetdi. Agar bironta savollaringiz bo'lsa bemalol. Bu bizning proxodnoyimizning ko'rinishi, Navoiy azot zavodining proxodnoyi. Agar borsalaringiz bemalol zavodda aylantirib, unaqa qilib ko'rsatamiz. Hamma 4 ta ustanovkani joyida ishlab turganini. Bu shu qisqacha mana shu vodorod ishlab chiqarish bo'yicha mana shu taqdimotimiz edi.
Спасибо вам огромное за презентацию. Я не знаю, есть ли у участников прямые вопросы на сегодняшний момент, или на нынешний момент. И если нет, я позволю себе, может быть, задать один вопрос сразу после вашей презентации. Расскажите, пожалуйста, более поподробно о ваших будущих планах, потому что мы сегодня говорили о сценарии развития, будем говорить так, водородной экономики в Узбекистане и в регионе в целом. Если исходить из этого контекста, какие планы именно у Новои-завод? В дальнейшем. Спасибо.
В Новоазоте, значит, дальнейшее в 30-м году у нас уже перспективный план, это уже есть, разработан перспективный план, утвержден в Узкими Санавате, и имеется постановление президента, где определен путь развития до 30-го года, где у нас указана новая установка по производству водорода, в дальнейшем аммиака, мощность которого составляет по аммиаку 1 миллион тонн в год. 1 миллион тонн в год. Это у нас планируется в 30-м году уже пускаться. Ну, по водороду вот это у нас.
Спасибо большое. Господа, есть ли у вас вопросы к нашему спикеру? Если нет вопросов, то я бы хотела, чтобы в продолжении нашей темы по обсуждения по возможностям производства водорода мы также попросили нашего спикера из Таджикистана тоже рассказать нам о перспективе развития водородной энергетики в Таджикистане. И я приглашаю господина Валамадзаде Тимура Гафаровича сделать свой доклад или презентацию. Я скажу его Тимур Валамадзаде, he is the Chief Energy Expert of the Industrial Development and Innovation Fund of the Republic of Tajikistan. Так. Вам должны будут дать кликер. Нажимая на него, вы можете переключать слайды. Да.
Значит, у меня доклад возможности и перспективы развития водородной энергии в Республике Таджикистан. Известно, что энергобезопасность подразумевает такие условия, которые потребитель имеет надежный доступ к необходимой энергии, а поставщик к ее потребителям. Всегда рассматривается надежность, безопасность доступа и стабильность цен на энергию. Энергетическая безопасность является одной из важнейших экономических и политических проблем любого государства. Чтобы достигнуть энергетическую безопасность, требуется определенная политика государства. Вносит свой вклад в энергобезопасность рынки сбыта, но быть единственным они не могут, так как требуется использование всех механизмов регулирования для обеспечения бесперебойного доступа к энергии всех потребителей по приемлемым ценам. Все это при обязательности безопасности источника энергии, гарантии поставок, надежности транзита, контроля за средствами доставки, отказа от энергетического шантажа и так далее. Экспортеры и импортеры энергетических ресурсов понимают под энергетической безопасности по-разному. А что сразу? А второй лист где? Сразу уже куда-то другой ходит.
Это второй лист.
Вот это заголовок, потом вот это, потом это.
Вот третий.
Ну, давай. На вот это нажим?
Вот это, да.
Экспортеры и импортеры энергетических ресурсов понимают энергетическую безопасность по-разному. Поставщик заинтересован в высоких, а потребитель в низких ценах, и оба в надежности поставок. Страны-экспортеры энергоресурсов делают главный упор на поддержание стабильности спроса, который обеспечивает преобладающую долю их государственных доходов. Энергодефицитные страны озабочены тем, как изменение цен и надежность поставок энергоносителей и энергии влияет на их платежный баланс. В связи с возникновением глобальных экологических вызовов в наши дни научная общественность призывает отказаться от грязного газа и переходить на чистый водород. Водород в качестве топлива был использован еще в начале XIX века, а в 2014 году Toyota выпустила в продажу первый в мире серийный автомобиль на водороде. Одноатомная форма водорода – самое распространенное химическое вещество во Вселенной, составляющее приблизительно 75% всей барионной массы. В настоящее время примерно 70 миллионов тонн водорода в чистом виде используется как промышленное сырье. В нефтепереработке для очистки нефти и нефтепродуктов, в химической промышленности, в производстве аммиака. В состав смеси других газов еще 45 миллионов тонн. Водород применяется в сталелитейной промышленности и при производстве метанола. Водород получает главным образом из природного газа методом каталитической конверсии с водяным паром. Это дешевый способ, но имеет значительное экологическое загрязнение. Основная проблема экономики водорода в том, что для получения этого вида топлива нужно потратить больше энергии, чем полученный водород даст впоследствии. В отрицательный энергобаланс также следует добавить затраты на очистку этого вещества и сложности с транспортировкой и хранением. Почему же водород до сих пор не вытеснил все другие виды топлива? Водород чаще всего либо пакуется в баллоны высокого давления до 700 атмосфер, либо сжижается при очень низких температурах на 1–2 градуса выше абсолютного нуля. Такие экстремальные условия требуют больших экономических и энергетических затрат. Экологические вопросы при получении водорода не всегда решаются, за исключением получения водорода электролизом. С его помощью водород можно получить из воды. При этом побочным продуктом будет не вредные газы, а полезный кислород. В наши дни этим методом вырабатывается не более 0,1% от всего промышленного водорода. Из газа себестоимость 1 килограмм водорода составляет 1,3 $1.03, когда при электролизе этот показатель может превысить 10 центов. Страны Центральной Азии обладают значительным техническим и эксплуатационным гидроэнергетическим потенциалом, оцениваемым в 510 тераватт-час в год, из которых используется менее 10%. Это вот на снимке, значит, наша Нурекская ГЭС, которая вырабатывает свыше 17 миллиардов киловатт-часов. Где наибольшая потребность в водороде? Развитие новых современных видов промышленности, дальнейшее использование в перевозках, переработка и хранение продуктов питания и так далее. Можно сжигать в двигателе или использовать в топливных элементах автомобилей, вырабатывать электроэнергию и тепло в любом регионе Таджикистана и других стран. Водород может использоваться как сырье для промышленности, один из составных элементов других химических продуктов, таких как аммиак, один из важнейших компонентов удобрений, метанол, который используется при производстве пластмасс. Водород и его производные могут храниться в емкостях из соляных кавернах неограниченно долго, а значит, они могут стать одним из важнейших решений проблемы долговременного хранения энергии. Хранение энергии для форс-мажорных ситуаций. Водород во всех этих качествах способен заменить ископаемое топливо без выброса углекислого газа. Какова же политическая ситуация по развитию водородной энергии? За последние 5 лет более 30 стран разработали или начали готовить национальные стратегии в отношении водорода. Это послужило также цели Парижского соглашения по климату, по переходу на более чистые виды топлива, а также политическая нестабильность и резкие колебания цен на газ и нефть. В последние годы политическая поддержка чистого водорода увеличилась. Инвестиции в чистый водород, по данным Международного энергетического агентства, достигли $500 миллиарда в год, а через 1-2 десятилетия могут достигнуть многих миллиардов долларов. В Европе опасаются, что доминировать в водородной отрасли будет Китай, который уже лидирует в производстве солнечных фотоэлектрических установок и аккумуляторов, добыче редкоземельных элементов. В Германии состоялся запуск первой в мире железнодорожной линии, работающей на водороде. Протяженность линии всего 100 километров. Европейская комиссия выделила, значит, оценила дальнейшее финансирование в это дело в 5,4 миллиарда евро, совместно финансируемыми странами ЕС. Планируется отработать технологии производства водорода, его хранения, а также транспортировку и распределение. Дочерняя компания китайского энергогиганта State Power Investment Corporation Hydrogen Energy привлекла свыше $647 миллионов, самую большую сумму в секторе водородной энергетики. Компания, производящая оборудование для производства водорода и катализаторы для топливных элементов, построить 7 новых производственных линий к 2024 году. В провинции Гуандун запущена первая линия по производству промышленных автомобилей, работающих на водороде. Китайская Народная Республика, которая производит 33 миллиона тонн водорода в год, а к 2060 году до 130 миллионов. То есть большая часть водорода в Китае, однако, производится из угля, что считается самым технологически грязным водородом. По оценке Международного энергетического агентства, общее потребление чистого водорода в мире, а также водорода в смесях с другими газами, к 2030 году достигнет 156 миллионов тонн, а к 2027 году на возобновляемых источниках энергии будет приходиться почти что 40% всего производимого в мире электричества, как было отмечено Международным энергетическим агентством. Ну, на таблицах вот видно, какой бывает водород. Коротко рассмотрим состояние Республики Таджикистан в вопросах энергобезопасности. Таджикистан производит незначительное количество газа и нефти. Наш топливо-энергетический баланс зависит от мировых и страновых цен на эти продукты, от различных таможенных и других сборов на продвижение по пути продвижения этих ресурсов, от отношений со всеми странами транзита и так далее. В Таджикистане значительное количество разнообразных углей. В 2016 году мы вышли на 1 миллиард тонн в год. Это связано со строительством ТЭЦ и внедрением установок по производству синтогаза из местных углей. Каково же наше положение в использовании возобновляемой и чистой гидроэнергии? В 2022 году электростанции Таджикистана выработали суммарно 21,4 миллиард киловатт-часов электрической энергии. Более 90% на ГЭС, которую экспортировали, на 10,6% больше, чем в 2021 году. Продолжается сооружение Рагунской ГЭС с установленной мощностью 3600 мегаватт. Годовой объем выработки электроэнергии после полной сдачи станции в эксплуатацию составит только Рагунской ГЭС от 13 до 17 миллиардов киловатт-часов. Некоторые особенности освоения водородной энергии в Таджикистане. Таджикистан, обладая огромным гидроэнергетическим, получает возможность не столько использовать ее у себя, но и транспортировать ее излишки в виде водорода на любые расстояния, продавая на бирже водород. Интерес к водородной энергетике повысит заинтересованность инвесторов в освоении гидроэнергетических ресурсов Таджикистана, Кыргызстана и Афганистана. Для электролиза нужна еще и пресная вода. В Таджикистане много возобновляемой пресной воды. Прекратится зависимость от поставок нефтепродуктов и газа. Расширится применение водорода в промышленности, транспорте, авиации, производстве удобрений и других. Будет внесен значительный вклад в экологию региона и планеты. Водородная энергетика и прикладное использование водорода может стать значительным полем деятельности, источником дохода для наших ученых, инженеров, химиков и высококвалифицированных работников. Какие трудности предстоит преодолеть? Привлечение инвесторов, дальнейшее ускоренное развитие гидроэнергетики и производства водорода, подготовка кадров по всему спектру водородной энергетики и промышленности, создание в Таджикистане законодательной базы и службы безопасности, использования, эксплуатации и хранения водорода. Ранее международными тендерами энергетическими было энергетическими трендами в 1990 году было десятилетие ветроэнергетики. В 2000 год – десятилетие солнечной генерации. После 2010 года – десятилетие аккумуляторов. В 2020 году вывел нас новый важный энергетический переход – водород. Таджикистан является неотъемлемой частью всего международного сообщества и активно участвует в мировых технических преобразованиях и тенденциях. Президент Таджикистана всегда стремится к инновационному подходу развития страны. Поэтому с учетом возможностей и ресурсов зеленой энергетики страны он поручил в послании президента Республики Таджикистан от 23.12.2022 года об основных направлениях внутренней и внешней политики республики, министерствам, ведомствам и Национальной академии наук образовать межведомственную рабочую группу, чтобы всесторонне изучить вопрос возможностей и перспективу развития гидрогенной энергетики, то есть водородной энергетики, и представить правительству страны конкретные предложения. Богатый гидроэнергетикой Таджикистан планирует к 2040 году производить 1 миллион тонн зеленого водорода для использования внутри страны и экспорта в соседние государства Центральной Азии. Об этом сообщил агентство Рейтер, министр энергетики и водных ресурсов Республики Таджикистан Далер Джума. Благодарю за внимание. Если будут вопросы, готов ответить.
Спасибо большое за вашу презентацию. Я не знаю, господа, есть ли у вас вопросы к Тимуру Гафаровичу? Тимур Гафарович, я хотела сама уточнить у вас момент. Меня очень заинтересовало, вот вы сказали, что будет создана всесторонняя рабочая группа по развитию водородной будем говорить так, по определению развития водородной энергетики, да, в Таджикистане. А вот я до этого делала презентацию, и в рамках своей презентации я указала, что возможен сценарий развития, как бы максимальное развитие, увеличение на 30% производства водорода в случае, если будет увеличена гидроэнергетика и получение солнечной энергии. Насколько вы согласны с таким сценарием, что в Таджикистане это возможно? И что именно, кроме законодательной базы, про которую вы говорили, что именно, какие еще шаги должны быть предприняты, которые будут стимулировать развитие водородной энергетики? Спасибо.
Как отметил предыдущий, выступающий, при производстве водорода тратится больше электроэнергии, чем когда мы его используем. Поэтому для этого нужна дешевая электроэнергия, малозатратная. И мало того, в соответствии с новыми требованиями, не загрязняющая природу. Потому что, как говорят некоторые специалисты, у нас ледники тают. Поэтому, у нас, не только 30%, а до 40 миллионов тонн будет производиться, как сказал министр энергетики, а он отвечает, у нас строгая дисциплина, он отвечает перед президентом за названную цифру. А к этому она обоснована, так как я в своем докладе отметил, что пуск Рагунской ГЭС по существу увеличит производство электроэнергии в 2 раза. И мы будем почти что всю электроэнергию производить из гидроэлектроэнергии. Это самая дешевая, и самая надежная, и самая чистая энергия в мире, с технологией, которой все наши страны знакомы. И у нас есть специалисты, у нас есть вузы, которые готовят. Другое дело, что у нас нет финансов быстро освоить этот гидроэнергетический потенциал. Вот сейчас Узбекистан уже помогает Киргизии строить какую-то гидростанцию. Обещали построить на Зеровшане 2 электростанции. И если еще помогут кто-то достроить Рагунскую ГЭС, то все планы будут перевыполнены.
Спасибо вам большое на этой позитивной ноте. Как мы говорили, что мы с вами заканчиваем компонент обсуждения по вопросам внутри, центральноазиатских. Если позволите, что мы дальше перейдем на уже нашу запланированную сессию. Я перейду на английский язык. Session number 2 will continue, but with perspectives for development of the hydrogen energy sector. And I would like us to, let's say, focus our discussions, presentations more on the perspectives and aspiration. What type of projects could be done? How these projects can actually help also at the regional, but at the national level. We will also cover the aspects of hydrogen storage. Again, as was said before, this will also maybe cover the aspects of existing challenges, maybe future challenges. So we will continue in this context to discuss. And I would like to give a floor to Mr. John Roberts now, who is the energy security specialist from Methinks from the United Kingdom. If you can expand more from your perspective on the proposals and projects within the region, but maybe also beyond the region, what is your stake for the development of the hydrogen economy? Thank you.
Well, I'm certainly trying to look at the development of hydrogen in Central Asia from a trading perspective, and that in effect means from a European perspective. First of all, we've had a very good set of presentations concerning both production and consumption, primarily in a local context. And that's entirely appropriate. What is more complex is the question of exports. If you look at the 2 biggest proposals, and I'm not sure yet whether one should describe them as projects in the region, You have in Kazakhstan, the Sevind project in Mangastar. In theory, it is to produce 40 gigawatts of renewable energy. The land has been set aside for it, an enormous area, 270,000 square kilometers. And indeed, some work has physically started in terms of the adaptation of the port of Kurik. However, what is the cost of this project? Where's the finance coming from? And what is the market? There are no official costs for the project. There are unofficial reports in Kazakh press that it might be as much as $50 billion. The goal is to produce 11 million tons a year of green hydrogen, possibly converted to 2 million tons of ammonia. There is a fascinating phrase that the company developing the project, Svevin, says, in purely mathematical terms, this project could supply 2 million metric tons of green hydrogen, 1/5 of the amount that the EU will have to import in 2030. Well, they're right about the EU's own aspirations of importing 10 million tons a year in 2030. But again, I'd say perhaps one should view that as an aspiration rather than necessarily a firm commitment that that is what will actually happen. And note the phrase in purely mathematical terms. We have this terrible dichotomy of a theoretical ability to produce matched with a theoretical market without any concept that I can find as to how to get from A to B. It is curious because Savind is a Swedish-German company, which has a track record in Sweden. So I asked in Germany, which is a country that is interested in importing hydrogen. I asked no less a person than the Minister of Energy and Climate, Robert Habeck. And he said, yes, we want to import hydrogen. But the countries he named were Australia and Namibia. And their hydrogen would come by shipping. So I asked about Central Asia, and he said, ah, yes, Kazakhstan. They want to export hydrogen by pipeline, though not through Russia. Now, if you are talking in purely financial commercial terms, you would normally say that exporting through pipeline would be appropriate for distances of 3,000 kilometers or more. But these are not normal times. Can you use the existing gas pipeline system to carry even a fraction of the 2 million tons? Not without upsetting the fact that the pipelines already existing between Azerbaijan and Europe are full, and that their plans for expansion are matched, in theory at least, with plans for expansion of natural gas. In effect, one is either talking of a new pipeline system, and remember that the last Southern Gas Corridor pipeline system cost in the region of 18 billion, or one is talking about ammonia. And I do not wish to burden you with the calculation of how many trains you would have to have, how many rail cars, and how often they'd have to run to get them across the Caucasus, let alone how much shipping you'd have to cross, first of all, the Caspian and then the Black Sea. In other words, we are very, very, very dependent on the study that the Kazakhs are now doing on energy transportation. And pretty much everything I've said about this also applies to Azerbaijan's own plans to produce 2 gigawatts under one project with Masdar and potentially up to 12 gigawatts with another project under Australia's Fortescue. The problem is quite simply, you can imagine how the production can be made to work. You can't imagine where the markets, how they're going to be reached. So I'll go on a little bit further, not much, and state that when you talk further to German officials, they do say their interest is in developing hydrogen within developing countries. They want to see how it can be used internally. So that means industrial clusters. It means molten glass, it means ceramics. It means transport. And Kazakhstan is quite an interesting case because one of the lines that is being developed is, can one start seriously using hydrogen development for aviation fuel? And what does Kazakhstan want Astana to be? A hub for commercial aviation of freight. Aviation fuel becomes logical. It's a long distance thing. What else can one think of? I'm not the expert. We've had the talk here. The point is, it's for local use, for local storage, for local energy security. That is not to say that international connections cannot be made. It might work, for instance, between Uzbekistan and its neighbors. But long distance seems out. The longest hydrogen pipeline in Europe is 250 kilometers long, from Belgium to northern France. The infrastructure is not there, and the infrastructure is not being married. The infrastructure development is not being married to the upstream development of the hydrogen. So we've got a long, long way to go. And I think that what it really means is that while I sincerely hope there is a major role for hydrogen in decarbonizing our energy and improving our energy security, we do need to know an awful lot more about the commercial realities of attempting to develop hydrogen for exports.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. It was indeed very, I would say, it's a very interesting presentation, but also provoking a lot of questions and a lot of reactions. If I may, in the role of moderator, ask Ms. Kim to comment. What is your perspective on this intervention or statement? So the Swevin project, is it aspiration or firm commitment?
I also agree about usage of hydrogen inside of the country, but my main argument here would be more because of our water resources security, because if we import, if we export green hydrogen, then we are losing our water resources. In this case, we already raised this question that it is a question and the challenge for Kazakhstan to consider about exporting green hydrogen. In case of transportation, we put utilization of hydrogen for ships and aviation to the long terms scale goals, but in terms of like transport automobiles. We have two limitations, as I mentioned. The first one is low prices for gasoline, and the second is we don't have mature framework and regulations for our hydrogen refueling stations.
That's particularly interesting in view of the fact that one of the logical early developments of hydrogen is to use it in transport, particularly trucks, buses, etc. And again, I take your point about the water issue, because the classic electrolysis requires water. And I do not know the entire process and its environmental implications. So one can imagine that this is the kind of approach that might be feasible on the shores of the Caspian, although there again we have problems with declining sea levels. But it's going to be much, much tougher elsewhere in Kazakhstan. So I think that the general point, it's an interesting point. Against that argument is the really horrible one that one hates to make but has to make, which is that routine energy prices in Kazakhstan are too low, precisely because you're an energy producer. Yes. That, you know, the paradox of being an energy producer.
Yes, and even though we have low cost fossil fuels, we're abundant of them, but still we have drivers which are decarbonization, we understand it, energy security, because most of our energy is produced from coal, and yeah, this actually stimulates us, and of course export potential of hydrogen. Yes.
Thank you very much. May I just maybe provoke a little question to Polberto? What's your reaction to Mr. Roberts' presentation in the sense of domestic use or export potential, or both?
Yeah, I mean, I basically can totally follow your argumentation, and I think we made clear earlier in the presentation of our research that it's important to focus first on the situation in the country, whether it's Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. And from the German perspective, like as a customer in Germany, living in Germany, I can just report that with the start of the Ukraine war, we learned the hard way how it is to be energy dependent, right? And I think that our politicians will be very careful in the future when it comes to planning where the energy comes from, to really diversify it and consider more the energy security aspect, which is another point when it comes to the middle corridor.
Yes, we have other presentations, but yes,
Just
quickly.
a major point on Germany and energy security. Germany, as I said, is looking to Australia and Namibia in particular with regard to hydrogen imports. The other country that is prospectively in a position to develop hydrogen for export and is actively in the process of trying to do so is Saudi Arabia and the NEOM project. And the point about that is perhaps Saudi Arabia is one of the very few countries that is sufficiently rich that it can afford to invest in the expensive infrastructure to get its product to market. This is, again, not something that Kazakhstan is capable of doing. It's not something that Azerbaijan is capable of doing. It's only one or two countries can consider how much they're prepared to put down in order to achieve what they would hope to be a long-term new development for energy exports. But Saudi Arabia can, and possibly the UAE may follow suit.
Thank you very much. I hope that Mr. Regis Conrad from the Sunfuel Americas is with us online. Yes, thank you. We can see you. My apologies for forcing you to wait longer, because I know that your presentation should have been almost 1 hour ago starting, but please, the floor is yours, and we would like to hear your perspective on the hydrogen economy.
Thank you very much. Do you want me to share my screen, or are you going to put my slides up?
There is no sound.
I have my mute off. Can you hear me now? Is that a yes? Okay, because I cannot hear you. Do you want me to share my screen, or are you going to put the slides up?
Please share your screen yourself. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Want to say good afternoon. I want to thank UNECE, Branko, and especially Nawaja for the invitation to present to you today on the future of hydrogen and a hydrogen economy. So far, what I've heard in presentations have been outstanding. I didn't know the audience before I pulled my presentation together, so some of it is going to be a little bit basic to you. Let me put this in presentation mode. We all know, and we've been talking about this a lot this morning, is that hydrogen is a clean fuel. It produces water, but it's going to be ultimately important to many countries in the ability for us to decarbonize our societies. But as in everything that we do, hydrogen is going to present challenges because it's produced from a variety of sources, but it's limited currently in its deployment because of the high cost of production. We've talked about that. We've talked about the storage. We don't have the ability to store large volumes. And you'll hear this over and over again in my presentation. And also dealing with the transportation of hydrogen and moving it around. It can be produced, we've talked about that, from a number of domestic resources. Fossil fuels, natural gas, and coal are your major right now. And I'll show some slides on that. And water. And here we go. And Branko talked about this. We color code everything, it seems like. We have to talk about gray hydrogen, blue, and green. And there's even a neon now that they're talking about. But hydrogen primarily today is in the manufactured, the majority of it is gray. Once we do a carbon capture and storage, it becomes blue. And then when we go to electrolysis, we get into our green hydrogen with a very low carbon footprint. But what I wanted to show here is not the production, but I think these are going to be our first users. It's going to be in transportation, not only in long haul transportation, but also in our automotive. Shipping will be significant hydrogen user. The production of ammonia already is, and we'll look at those hard to abate industries such as steels, paper mills, and so forth, that will give us the ability to start to deploy hydrogen more and more. Currently, I just want to show this slide because currently coal represents, this is 2019 from IEA, about 27% of the hydrogen that is produced and used, it comes from coal. And why that is significant is because IEA talked about the transition. And as we talk about our hydrogen economies, we're not going to go directly to electrolysis. There has to be a transition period because of the economics of producing hydrogen. And they have said that the transition to a hydrogen as an energy carrier it would be a good development for coal, to use coal. And I thought that what was interesting was the end. They're talking about carbon capture and storage, but the carbon intensity of coal-derived hydrogen is actually lower than green hydrogen generated by electrolysis and grid electricity. Now, I don't want to confuse you there because that is using electricity that is produced from the grid, being fossil fuels, nuclear energy, and so forth. Now, hydrogen, and I talked about this a few weeks ago, will be a key player in the development of renewable energy because it'll be the first source of long-term storage for that energy. We have short-term storage in batteries, and that's adequate for short term. But if we really want to use renewable energy and we want to see their deployment and to be more significant than the percentage that we have right now, it's going to take long-term storage, and hydrogen will be that first opportunity for us to use long-term storage by taking the renewable energy, producing hydrogen, storing that, and using that when the renewable energy cannot be dispatched or it is intermittent. Now, hydrogen is, we've talked about this a number of times in this so far today, significantly produced by steam methane reforming. That's where the majority of the hydrogen is right now. Gasification and coal produces about, like I said, about a quarter of the hydrogen that is used currently. And I'll show a little bit later the cost differences between all of these. When we get to renewable energies or electricity, we're starting to talk about electrolysis, which to produce this by wind, solar, and so forth. We're talking about significant penalties because of the energy that is needed in electrolysis. But what is more significant is the water that needs to be utilized in that, and it's not recoverable. This was some data that has been shown for hydrogen, and it's a model that predicts the hydrogen demand as we go out. Now, initially, we see right now that the hydrogen, even to 2030, is going to be small. But as we get to 2050, as our technologies, as our efficiencies of those methods to produce, the ability to store hydrogen will become much, much better. And you'll start to see a significant impact in our society, in transportation, in industrial energy, in building heating, and in power generation. Now, here's the cost. These are models that were developed. There's a global model here that you're looking at and a European model. Now, in the global model, it shows that the mean cost for both gray hydrogen and the mean cost for blue hydrogen, which is on the left-hand side of this, is the global model of this picture, shows that they stay relatively flat after about, well, let's just go to say 2030 to 2050. And what you see there is a significant reduction in costs in green hydrogen as we move out closer to 2050. But it never becomes economically feasible when you compare it to gray and blue hydrogen. Now, the European model looks at carbon pricing. And when you start to impose carbon pricing on the cost of hydrogen, you notice that at about 2030, that the green hydrogen becomes a real significant player in the reduction in the cost of the hydrogen. Now, our challenges that we're facing is the production of hydrogen is not the production of hydrogen. We can produce hydrogen. We may not be able to produce it at the cost that we want to be producing it. It might still be too high, but our greatest challenge is going to be the storage and transportation of hydrogen. There's a lot of work that's going globally, and a large significant amount of dollars that are being invested in the United States currently at looking at transportation and storage of hydrogen. There are several methods that we're looking at. We're looking at that compressed hydrogen gas storage. That's been around for a while. Liquid hydrogen has been around a while, but how do we increase the efficiencies and effectiveness of this? Metal hydrides, nanotube, and chemical hydrogen storage. I'm not going to go into the science and chemistry of those, but they are areas that are being researched right now, and hope to have significant results in those in the coming future. But as I said, the storage of hydrogen is going to be critical. We need to develop different methods of storage. And when I say we need to develop different methods of storage, if you're using it for transportation, you could almost do on-the-spot production and delivery of hydrogen for an automotive vehicle. And they do that in certain places in California. For storage of hydrogen for larger applications or for energy storage, well, now you're starting to get into a larger containment of hydrogen. And that's where we haven't really achieved the results that we want to achieve. Yeah, we can store small quantities, but to run a power plant and storage large quantities of hydrogen is going to be a great challenge, even for the steel for that. One of the things we can look at is the chemical industry has done a great job at using hydrogen in their processes, both producing it and using it in a safe manner and storage of that. So that is a space that we would want to really be able to look at. In the United States, we currently have a project that is ongoing where we're developing and building a 300 megawatt power plant that will eventually be powered solely by hydrogen as its sole source of fuel. It's a pilot, it's under construction now, and it will be transitioned slowly from a blend of hydrogen, natural gas to, by 2035, they hope, to be a pure hydrogen running plant. The reason I bring this up is for a number of reasons, is that the number one, it is a transition of hydrogen and natural gas blend stock. And it won't be until you get to over 82% of hydrogen that you're running through any power plant with a blend that you really start to see any reduction in your carbon footprint. So that shows a significant amount of hydrogen that's going to be needed. Secondly, it's all going to be green hydrogen. So we're going to be using electrolyzers. So to give you an aspect, we talk about this all the time, but to give you an aspect of what this is going to detail is that 300 megawatts on a daily basis, they will have to use 1 million gallons of water to produce the hydrogen to run that power plant totally on hydrogen, 1 million gallons of water. Now, when I was with the Department of Energy, I stood up the Water Energy Nexus program, and I'm fully aware of the issues that we have with water scarcity, both in the Western United States and in the world. And 1 million gallons of water that we're talking about to produce the hydrogen to run that power plant. Yes, when the hydrogen is used, it produces water, but most of that water is not recoverable. So yes, that water will go back to the atmosphere and it will be deposited not at the power plant, but at miles away, sometimes 1,000 miles away. So it will how much, when you site a power plant, how much water can you take from your existing reservoirs, rivers, or aquifers has to be calculated into that, not to mention the high cost of that water, because you cannot just take river water and use river water in your electrolyzers. We're aware of that. So the water has to be demineralized, and there's a significant cost to demineralize water, or you're going to scale up your electrolyzers and reduce their efficiencies, and therefore end up using more than 1 million gallons of water a day. So in conclusion, hydrogen can be used as various resources, from fossil fuels, preferably natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage is going to be your most economical now. But as we want to approach decarbonization, we want to start looking at biomass. Nuclear energy would be a great source to run your electrolyzers. Renewables, I think that it lends itself to renewables because of the energy storage aspect of it, and it will get us over that valley of death with renewables, that we can take them to have a much more significant deployment in what we're seeing right now. And there are a variety of opportunities out there for hydrogen as promising energy carriers. And with that, I'd like to thank you all, and I have my email address up there, and address any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. I actually liked very much the phrase you said, that hydrogen is a key player in renewable energy development. I don't know if our participants and speakers agree fully to this extent or not. Maybe if you have any thoughts on this. And I also fully agree with you. Thank you, Regis, to say that we have to invest in research and development. I think this was already mentioned several times in previous presentations, that indeed this part is very important, and we need to invest in this more and to